They are the one going to give you your source, whether you like it or not. They are the one going to give you your source. Vocalist projecting. Vocalist projecting. Have you gone to a program where your church choir has finished performing and ministering, and then let's say Minister Joe Metal and his team came. Then he was like, "Hey, where is it that when my church people are singing, they were not sounding like they were?" Are you Minister Joe and his team? Is your choir projecting like the way they are projecting? Is the band playing like the way they are also playing? All those things are source. They are source. You can't joke with it. That is why when you meet some professionals, they will tell you what they want. And if you don't have it, they will come. I remember when my pastor was hosting Joyous Celebration. And I was part of that gig. They sent us a list. And when you look at the list, it's very scary. And my pastor was determined to bring them. Bring them. And we have to provide every single thing they require for. Every single thing we require for. My pastor bought about 40 Shure microphones and bought Allen Heat S-Class. We already have like 7,000 there already. And they needed, let's say, a stage engineer. They come with their technical team and everybody. And they tell you what they do. You configure the board for them, and then they do whatever they wanted to do. You have to provide all that. And if those things are not in place, they are not coming. It's not that they are showing off. They know what they are coming to give. They want their signal flow to correspond because they know what they want to give to the people. They don't want to come and you tell them that, okay, let's put one mic for their sopranos to to sing into. No. And those people, they project a lot. They are coming from South Africa. You know how these SA people sing. And they want to give you good music. And if you want them to come, and my pastor has to provide all those things. I was telling the guys before the show started that my pastor bought an organ just for them. And after that show, it's there. Also, the people in my church, they don't touch it. They don't touch it. And why is he buying all those things? Because he wants the signal flow to go according to the way everything. And to be honest, and if you have all those things, you don't struggle mixing. No, you don't struggle mixing. And some of you, if you're not sweating behind the console, you are not mixing. Until the sweat entered into, don't you know that sweat, when it entered into this body, it can damage it. So let's look at those things. It's very, 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 very important. Our drums need to sound and sound very well. You can't put any kind of drum mics and expect that you get a very good drum tone. I made a video concerning how to get a drum tone, in the mix. It is very important. And you need to get a very good drums. The drum itself is a signal flow. Before coming to put a mic on it, laying cables and all that. So it's very, very, very important that we look at all these things. The sticks we use. I know some of you are musicians that are, moving to become sound engineers. I know. Now, most sound engineers are musicians who thinks that the job is very lucrative. If the Shebuno they come, then we enter into sound. It's not easy like that. So it's very, 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 very important that we look at all those things. It will help us to get our signal flow. And then one thing I want to make a point here, you cannot polish a poorly tuned drums with EQ. You cannot. If the drum is bad, it's bad. No matter how. You can pick a professional drums from sheet music. It's well tuned. Even at a strike of it, you the engineer, you are happy. Also, is that not so? You are happy. You just do one or few things and you are good. You put a very good mic on it, it's giving you a very good flow. And you are mixing, and you, the sound engineer, you are happy. Some of you are not happy because you don't work with the right gadget. You are going to church, you are angry. You are angry. If I'm Mr. Caleb, who is always standing beside this console in my church, every church service, I should be the first person. No. The day my pastor bought D-Life S Class 7000, I didn't sleep for 1 week. Sure. I didn't sleep. Oh. Hey. I won't even go home. Every day I'm at the church. Because you see, we live in a part of the world, I stand to be corrected, Mr. Caleb. We live in a part of the world that, you see, when they manufacture this console, they have training for the users. Is that not so? But when these boards come to Africa, we the users, we need to train ourselves. And sometimes we try to go to YouTube and see what is there. And sometimes when you go there, it's just the surface. But for you to get into the details of the board, you need to study it by yourself. So some of you go and worry your pastor. Okay, we need a digital board. The pastor will buy you the digital board. And at the end of the day, they are looking for you. They are nowhere to be found. Oh, yes. It happens. It happens. There was a church who called me that their guys want them to buy Wink. And they are putting pressure on the pastor. They already have X32. It's a small church. I will not mention the name. Maybe you are from there. Then they're giving the pastor, let's buy Wink. So they called me. So when I went there, and I look at the price, and I look at the S32. So I told the pastor that I can save you a lot of money. They said, oh, are you sure? And I said, yes. They said, oh, what is the problem? I told them that you don't need to buy Wink because your church is small. It's even monitors that you are using as your front of house. So what are you going to do with Wink? You don't need it. They say, oh, the board has a problem. So what is the problem? It's a faders. And I said, okay, we can replace it. So, okay, are we sure? I said, yeah. So I made them replace it, and they are cool. And they are still using it. So it's very, very, very important that we look at our signal flow. In audio, when you miss the foundation, you can't even bend the rules. When you bend the rules, you face the consequences. You can buy an expensive board, and at the start of just plucking it, it can go off because you've not studied and know how it works. And most Africans don't like to read manuals. So far as you tear the thing from the box, you saw the power cable. Whether it's one thing. See, also I made some mistake. The first time my pastor bought a Nord State 2, bought it from America. I didn't know that it has a dual switch. So when they brought it, it was at 110, and I didn't know. And I went to plug it. And the thing went off. That day, I hold my head. I said, hey. I didn't read manual. I said, hey. What will I do? So I called some of my guys. I said, Charlie, the thing blew. Charlie, new keyboard, the thing blew. And I said, okay. Then I went on YouTube to just, if someone has ever have such experience, and lo and behold, somebody has such experience and put a review there. It's okay. When you have something like this happen, don't be panic. He showed me a process to go. I went, opened the keyboard, this, and I realized that there is a switch there. Because I didn't read manual. Now, what saves me is that there's a fuse in it. So the fuse just cuts. That saved me. Although, since that time, when the gadget arrived, before I on, I tried to look at the power outage because the gadget is not coming from your country. Every country and their power source. So some, okay, fine. The Chinese will give you, because as for them, they are mass producers. They will give you whatever. But if it's coming from other countries and stuff like that, you have to check the power rating. It's very, 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 it's very, very, very important. It's very, very, very important. So after the source and all that, we talk about gain staging. Some of you don't know gain staging. When you see the gain there, you open it anyhow. And when your sound is clipping, you don't know why it's clipping. In sound, your gain staging is very important. Very, 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 very important. Very, 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 very important. You need to learn your gain staging and all that. Because it's maintain optimal signal level throughout the internal signal path without distortion or noise. Your gain staging can give you a clear sound, and it can still give you a distortion sound. And some of you, what you don't know about gain is that if most of you do just a single mix in your church, so this you have experience with it. You realize that when you open more gain, it affects your monitors. A lot of you don't know that. So you can be working, mixing, and you want to give more volume, like the way your pastors who, Charlie, give me more volume, and you'll be attempting to go and do it on your gain, forgetting that when I do that, it will affect my monitor. That is where you have a lot of feedbacks and all that. So when you know your gain staging, it helps you to also give you a clear signal flow. It's very important. See, after all that we are talking about, if you miss this one, if you miss it, you realize that you are just sitting on a time bomb. It's very, 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 very important. It's very, because you see, some of us, we started like you, and we found out that, okay, this thing, when we pick it up, it can become a profession. Just imagine you doing something that you love and it becomes your profession. Even when they knock at your door at 12 o'clock, you pick up your boot and follow them. I'm telling you. You see, my first ever Potter's praise that I did it with Mr. Caleb. I think that is somewhere around 2017. I did it with Mr. Caleb, where we had Jonathan Nelson from America, Cheryl Franklin from Jamaica, Sonny Badu. That was the first time I was going to work with Sonny Badu. And at that time, I've heard a lot about Sonny Badu. Hey, I said, the man is very difficult. I said, hey, Mr. Caleb was doing stage mix. I tell you. He will tell you the story. Hey! And that was the first time I was meeting him as well. That is why we are talking about the standard way of doing things. So when he comes and we meeting him for the first time, we realize that, okay, he also shared the same ideology, the standard way of doing things. That was the first normally, my church at that time, I do my front of house monitoring and online together. But at that period, I just felt like, okay, this is a big gig. Let somebody else come in. And that was when I saw him doing something that I've learned from that time. That as a stage engineer, you don't just do auxiliaries and thinking that, okay, because you are the stage guy, then you need to just do aux. No. I saw how he routed a whole monitor as a front of house mix for the singer. And it was sounding so perfect. And since from that time till now, if I had the privilege to work as though I don't want to be a stage engineer, but if the money is good, I will put myself there and do it. Because some of us who just want to be on the main mix and cross our legs for the musicians to deal with those people. Because I remember this. There was a gig I was doing with Eben from Nigeria. So he came with his guys, and his music director was the one who was supposed to sound check his mic. So someone was doing stage. At that time, I think that year, Mr. Caleb didn't come, so there was another guy who was doing it. And then when the guy came, we decided, you see, some of these Nigerians, they are very tricky when it comes to Ghana, because some of them, they've traveled and stuff like that. So when they come and they see you, they want to intimidate you, because, yeah, they are the ones who are flowing and they come, the plane ticket is on their bass guitar and whatever. I'm trying to tell you, like, the way it is. So they came, we are doing sound check. Then when it goes to the urban music director to sound check, then he decided to frustrate the stage guy. Just do a straight sound check, hold the mic, hello, 1, 2. He decided to cap it and cause a lot of feedbacks. So I realized that he was giving the guy a lot, cut this, cut that, cut this, cut that. So I was sitting at the front of house, and I realized that he's frustrating the guy. So I decided to go in and say, no, Oga, we don't do things like that. You have capped the mic. How do you expect this guy to cut all these frequencies? Just go in the normal way. Don't try to frustrate him. And I was like, who are you? At that time, they've come, I'm sitting there, so I allowed the stage guys to just handle them. And I said, oh, I'm the main guy here, and I supervise the whole project and stuff. So I don't want us to have issues. Please, let's go the professional way. You guys are professional. You're from Nigeria. I know you have played on big stage, so you're in Ghana. So let's also go in that direction so that we can have a very good, successful sound check, so that you can go and rest and come for the main mix. He doesn't want to understand, but because I know what he's doing is wrong, and he also knew that he's just trying to frustrate the guy, he back off. And we just have a very smooth something. So for the signal flow, a lot of things happens. And some of those things, they are no demonic problem. They are not demonic problem. They are not demonic problem. It's just that you are not working with the right tools. So tell your pastors to buy you the right tools and the right gadget. And when you take the money, make sure you buy what exactly you've taken the money for. Don't go and bargain and because you want to pocket some change. Because if you are a soldier man and your gun is your work tools, and decided to go and sell it, the professional one, and go and buy kafungbe. When armed robbers are using pop action and all those machine guns, would that your kafungbe kill a bird? No, it's like that. When I saw Mr. Caleb going for this board and all this system for the system, I realized that I was so happy. You know why I was happy? Because he knows that this is what works for him. Every engineer and what works for him. Somebody will be like, oh, why is he doing all this plenty thing? It doesn't matter. It works for him. At the end of the day, he's producing the kind of results that the audience wants. And all these things is giving him a very good signal flow. Signal flow. Signal flow. So make sure that when you go back to your church, you look at the source of what you are doing. Don't go and use one amplifier for 4 full range and 2 SAP in your church. What kind of a thing is that? You will not get it. You won't get it. You won't get it. You see, you won't get it. If you want to be the best, then do what the professionals do. Do what the professionals do. Some of you, they may say, this one is anointing. Forget Charlie, when it comes to sound, anointing no the inside. Though. If you bend the rules, there are rules that govern everything. When you bend the rules, you're either heading to distraction or, yes, you're heading to distraction straight up. Straight up. So your source, your DIs, every DI and what it's meant for. You see, this is a DI. How many of you have seen this DI before? This DI can buy your entire whatever you are using in your church. That powered mixer and those 2 full range and those things you are having. Just a DI. Mr. Calibration just decided that, okay, I don't know what to do with my money, so let me just go and buy this DI. This is a whole USB DI. He knows what he's going for to get a clear signal source. This you see here is transmitting a signal source in a MIDI form. To get that, that's what worked for him. So you too find a way and make sure that you get a very good signal source from your point. The point is, see, mixing starts from stage O. To get a good sound, to get a good sound, it starts from stage. That is why, as a sound engineer, whoever handles your stage for you is very important. Mr. Caleb, Alai, whoever handles your stage for you is very important. That person can mess you up. So before Mr. Caleb came, he sent some of his guys, these wonderful guys. They came to set all these things. Why did Mr. Caleb send them? Because he knows that before he can, these people will be able to translate his knowledge the way he wants it. And when he comes to realize that he just came to test and make sure that all those signal flow is working. Don't use a passive a DI for, I don't know what, or an active. You know, you have active and passive, and they are meant for things. There are some instruments, they are very, 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 very loud already. So you can't go and put an active DI on a lead guitar. No. Unless maybe you want certain, but you should know what those things are. They translate very well. So make sure that from your point source of signal flow and whatever you are doing flows very well. Very, very, very well. And if you're able to understand all these things, you realize that you go back to your church, you practice what we are trying to teach you and all that, and you realize that some of you might be doing it the right way, but some of you are doing it the wrong way. If you don't have DIs in your church, tell your pastor, from now on, we need to buy DI. We need to. Sometimes the things you don't regard in sound, they are the most important things that will make your sound very good. It's not every mic that will give you a clarity. So let's look at all these points. It's very, 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 very important. I'll be sitting down very soon, and then if you have a question to. So I want to make these points, write it down. The console only amplify what you give it. The console. If you give the console a bad sound, it will amplify your bad sound. When Mr. Caleb was doing a demonstration before he would take over, we realized that he's giving us a very good output. If the sound is bad, you hear it. So if the sound is bad from a source, the mixer will just do what? Will just amplify it. You see, some of you, it's okay. The console only amplify what you give it. So you realize some of you, there's noise in your cable. You know very, very, very well that this jack cable you are using is not good. There's noise in it. But you still plug it to that keyboard. Then at the end of the day, you'll be opening it out, gaining. Then it's making that noise in the mix. If you are listening to a mix, you the sound engineer, you are sitting down, and someone is doing that, will you be happy? So why is it that you don't have the time to correct it, but you rather leave it? You rather leave it. But when you visit Mr. Caleb, who is doing convocation, he won't do that. You see, so let's also change our attitude towards some of these things. If your cable is bad, repair it. Repair it. Like I said, some of the things you disregard are the most important things when it comes to mixing. Very, 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 very important. So don't forget, the console amplifies what you give it. And then, like I said, mixing begins on stage, not at the FOH. Write it down. The mixing begins on stage, not FOH. I'll just give you some points. Have you write it down? So the signal flow begins at the source. The mixer is only a tool that amplifies your signal flow. So write it down. So before I end, I want to give you this point, the last point. Then if you have any question, you ask it. If you fix your input stage, you reduce 70% of your missing stress. Reduce 70% of your missing stress. Because you see, in this our domain, the sound engineer do everything. We are the packers, we are the fixers. Some of you, you are the electrician in your church. You do all those things. So this is not the time for you to get to the console and then things are mixing up, giving you another stress. I have some guys in my church that I work with. I know that they will give me my input source, whatever. So if I go straight to my board, I know that from input 1 to 60, 62, my church, we have a D-Life. You can expand it to 150 and whatever, but the straight input source is 62. How many of you have worked with such a line before? If I've worked with such a line before, 62. Mr. Caleb will do more. You know, he's the one who did convocation half hour. Let's clap for him. Yeah. So if you're a sound engineer who is doing more than 62, your brain has to work like a calculator. So for you to reach that level, you can't think like a normal person. You have to be smart. You need to have smart people to work with, people who knows what they are about. Because as sound engineer, when we meet, we don't speak normal language. I'll tell you, this input is not working. You know, and these are some of the things that, you know. So like I said, if you fix the input stage, you have reduced 70% of your missing stress. You have reduced 70% of your missing stress. So, as you are going, sound engineering is difficult. Don't add a lot of stress to it. Pastors are already putting pressure on us. So you, the sound engineer, don't put too much on yourself. Make sure you have time to do your line check. Don't go and be doing it while service is going on. Find time and go to rehearsals. You see, rehearsal prepare you before Sunday. That is where you can do all your checks and balance, try and errors and whatever. When I learn something new, I go and try it on my choir and instrumentalists during rehearsal time, because that's the time for me to experiment. And if it's working, then we'll pick it like that. If you don't go for rehearsals, or if you don't do sound check, how will you be confident enough on Sunday morning to miss? And some of you, you are the front of house engineer, you are the monitor engineer, and you are the broadcast engineer. Because your church is not able to afford this whole system. Can you imagine your church? You have this whole system for your online, your broadcast. You will be happy. But now that the sources are not there and you are the one who is supposed to do that, let's do it well. Let's do it well. So when you are mixing, you mix from the right source, so that when you are giving it to your online guys, your streaming guys and all that, you'll be able, when people are, talking about your mix and all that, you also feel good that you are doing well. Even if not to that, separate mix from the front of house, but you are combining it, because this is a system. Though it's not the standard. It's not the standard. The standard way is to have a 3 mix. But how many churches in Ghana, even buy a cable is a struggle? Yes. Catechist has to look into it. Moderator has to look into it. Elder 1, Elder 2, before it goes to the finance. Even if you go to the finance has to scrutinize you and scan you from head to toe. The price that you have bought, yes. Dr. Crack was sharing something that a pastor traveled and then he saw a lapel mic. Instead of coming to the sound engineer and said, I went to this church and I saw this lapel mic or this thing. I love it. I want to. He didn't. So he went to the shop and said, I want this. And they gave him a saxophone mic. A saxophone mic. Well-known pastor. Well-known pastor. And before I sit down, I want to admonish some of you that try to get certain things personally as a sound engineer. As a sound engineer. Maybe you can buy a sound card. How many of you have a playback cable? A lot of you don't know what a playback cable is. You find some technician who will just connect anything how for you, but they are professional playback cables. You see, when I start following our big boss, our daddy, let's put our hands together for Pastor Kakrava. You see, one thing I learned about this great man of God is that he doesn't wait for a church to buy certain gadgets for him as a sound engineer. See, he came with his car. When I went to greet him, I realized that the back seat is full. And I said, Osofo, now this one too. He said he's always on the move. Because he doesn't want to go and take a church things and say, I'm going to use it, and tomorrow they'll call for a meeting and say, I'm using church things, blah, blah, blah. So some of you make sure that you get a professional playback cable. After connecting everything, if you don't have a system like Mr. Caleb's own, get the standard ones like this. And also get the standard ones like this. That will help you to do your sound check. Some of you use Brother Sami for your sound check. You see the song Mr. Caleb is playing, very well balanced. When you go to a gig that Pastor Kakraba is doing a sound check, you sit down, you even enjoy the sound check before even the main, even the music that you start playing, your soul is relaxed. Some of you, is Brother Sami? Is he? How will you? Yes. How will you? So make sure that you have a very good source outplay to get a very good sound when you are balancing your PAs and all that. When Pastor Kakrava is here, so you come and say, to come and say the rest of the thing. Mr. Caleb too is here, but I'm just admonish you that try to equip yourself. And when you're equipping yourself, make sure that you equip yourself very well. Don't go and buy inferior. Yes, buy original. And original will help you to get a very good sound. All these people that will come after me, they are professionals. Pastor Kakraba, he has traveled all over. You know the kind of persons he works with, and the person is still relevant. He has worked with Joe Metal, he has worked with a lot of people. Some ministers don't know how to keep one engineer, but Minister Joe has been able to keep our father for a very starting point till now. So when you go and you realize that Pastor Kakraba is producing, it's not something that he's just doing now. He has studied the man from way back. He comes to my church when Joe is coming. And sometimes he comes, then he says, okay, you just be there. Okay, at this time, let this one go high. This one there, this one go high. Bring this one down. He's just trying to make sure that though he's not fully in charge, but he's giving me directions and what to do, because that is what he has been doing with the man. Some of you, sound engineers, when you see another sound engineer in your church, then you have found your face. You don't want to leave the board. That is old. Some of us, when we started, is inferiority complex. We don't know. But as we are growing, we realize that we need to work in how. Like I said, that the first time I saw Mr. Caleb doing that system, I was happy and I learned it. And every time, when I'm doing gig with my guys, I make sure they also do the same system. So I just want you to be a very good sound engineer. We are in a church system. So let's do it, not for the man of God, but let's do it to please God. And at the end of the day, what God has for us will come to pass. Amen.
So time for questions. Okay.
Please, my name is Samuel.
Yes, sir.
I work for 2 churches.
Okay.
But my original church is on Saturday.
Okay.
And I have a church I work with on Sunday. So on the Sunday church, I'm getting the opportunity to use an SQ5. It's actually my first time. Like, I've used it for a year. And things are very well with the SQ5 compared to my church. We use MGP, Yamaha. And we are having a program in April. And I'm trying to convince my pastor that we should rent an S32 so that my church will have an experience of how the guitar board is. And my pastor doesn't understand the reason why we have an MGP and we have to go and rent a X32. So he asked me, say, in a board kakra case way, current way, no. And for so many was and current board way. And like I can't explain to him the compressor, gates, and those things. I couldn't explain it. So in a situation like this, most of our pastors say kasa bebre and sana wajia tum watia say. So how do we go about things like that?
You see, in this case, sometimes some of our pastors, they don't consult. It's only few that will go for consultation. For instance, the board that you are using in your church, your main church like this, I know that if they have consulted you, you wouldn't have loved to use that board. You would have gone for a preferable console that will work for you. Yes, it's not every console that will work for me. So if I'm going for a console, I go for the preferable ones that will give me, the user-friendly and all that. But you see, in your case like this, then what you have to do is to go and get that board by yourself. Because you see, you are trying to build something for yourself. You are trying to also understand something and get a good signal flow. So if you are finding it very difficult with that, though you do something with it at the end of the day. But if a program is coming on and you need to do more and the pastor is not understanding, you can go and get the board by yourself. It's also a seed towards that program. And it's not just something, it's also helping you also bring that confidence in you. So bring that confidence in you. Yes. My church, we like Alan Hit. So I started from QU32. That was my first Alan Hit that I used. And the first time, when I went, there was an S32 and QU. I said, I won't go for the QU. So I went straight for the S32 because at that time, that was what everybody was using in Ghana. Then one day I decided, QU, let me go and try it. And to be honest, when I tried that QU, I realized that it has a very strong interface. If you ask Pastor Kraba, will tell you, it has that QU32. And it's one console that a lot of people don't regard in Ghana. Now we have other ones like the Midas, that their preamps are very good and all that. So depending on your budget, you can go in for what will give you the best. That will give you the comfortability for you and give you your confidence. Because see, in mixing, if your confidence level is low, you can't do anything. Oh. Yeah. Can you imagine? Mr. Caleb is doing convocation, the biggest stadium in Ghana. And he's sitting there so quietly like that. You might think that his confidence level is low. No. If it's low, I don't think you ever do that. You know, Pastor Kakreba doing bigger crowds. And you have to feed those people. So your confidence level, how to use your mind to manipulate at a very split second. It's very important. Switch, how to solve quick problems. So in this your case like this, if your pastor is not ready, you can get that board for yourself. It's to your own advantage. It's going to help your confidence level and all that. And for you to also experience another sound from another console, compare it to what you are using. Some of these pastors, unless they experience before, say, sir, then they believe that what you are saying is true. Because for that console, maybe a friend brought it and it's lying somewhere in La Paz garage. And so from your console, where you over to Anna. And then.
I just want to add to what he's saying. See, when he's saying you build confidence, it's not saying you just look at a console like this and you just say, no, I will do it. No, that doesn't work. If you pray it next year. Your confidence is in your knowledge. It's not in the device that you want to say, oh, I'm gingered. It's in your knowledge. It's what you know. You know, he was saying that in a split second, you can easily respond. It's the knowledge that you have. You know, like I was saying before, all of us, we are Christians, right? You know, our confidence is in Christ, right? The same thing, your knowledge when it comes to this production is in what you have read, what you've studied, what you've rehearsed. So you don't just say, I have confidence, you will go and take a console. You will just, they will beat you. That one, sure. Before you even do anything on the console, they will throw you something that you should get. In fact, it's because some sound engineers are not paying refund. That is why we are going scot-free. And all those things can happen in church. When it comes to live production, you see, there's no time for mediocrity. So you have to, your confidence should be in your knowledge. So that's why you are here. You know, like I said before, don't worry, you're not going back home the same way. So you have something to fall back on. But confidence is in the knowledge, is what you know. That's my contribution.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Crack. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. So my church is currently installing solar panel power. And I want to know if it is good for our church. Because they are missing that with the national grid. In fact, I have not seen that before. So I want to know, since you are talking about power rates and other things, I want to know if it is it's good for the church. Secondly, there's this IT personnel in our church who is purchasing all our equipment for us. And I want to find out if that one is also good. Because I'm like, I'm there as a sound man, and instead of them maybe coming to me and say, oh, okay, boss, and I say, yeah, bra, anyway, they don't call me, they don't involve me. All that I will know is they've gone for that machine or whatever it is. And later, it gives them problem. I'm like, you see, sometimes when they come, I'm like, okay, come and see my back. I don't want to talk about it. So I want to know if solar panel or that is good for church. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Even our main power grids, we're bypassing it and using generators. What about solar panels? You know, see, like I said earlier on, that when it comes to sound, there are rules that goes with it. It's not every power source that you see and go and tap. No. If I want to ask Mr. Caleb, the gig you did at, what do we call it, Accra Sports Stadium, what is your power source? You will tell me that you didn't use ECG. You might go for a grade that is higher. You understand? That they have confidence in it, knowing very well that you can take them through the two days and no glitches. So if they want to use solar panels, maybe it's for bulb lights and all that. But when it comes to, because one amplify or, see, I went to do a gig at a place. After everything, then he said, okay, let's start with sound check. They said, oh, the power, everything is. So I said, are you sure? Oh, they said, oh, this is what we have been. This is where everybody come. This park, this is where everybody picked it up. They want to call electrician, came to drop this. And I said, okay, no problem. Then we lay out everything. Now we start kick. When they play the kick and it goes through, you see that all the street lights have started blinking. Gim. Then the light goes off and come. Gim. We couldn't do anything. Basically, the megawatt we are supposed to produce, we have to reduce it. You see? And everybody is facing. The second question everybody is facing. We have sound engineer, not an IT engineer. It's two different things. Yes, when you consult Mr. Caleb, he will give you what to buy. But, like, you know, they are the founding members. They are the ones who bought the first block, so they will go and buy it. And I was telling my guys yesterday that a pastor went to buy a cymbal from Medina. And you can easily burn it. I'm like, no. So let your people know that they are right people for the right job. You see, because they are not ready to pay. You can't call Pastor Kakraba and consult him, and when he comes, you say, oh, so for Nyamisha. No, he didn't work there. Oh. He drove. Did you see his car? He drinks fuel like water. Yes. You can't come and consult Mr. Caleb and think that after that. No. There are certain things. Let we, the engineers, say, so for we are doing it from our heart. Don't determine for us. I've gone to work for a pastor and say, I say, so I didn't fly. Oh. No. And you see, sometimes you call Mr. Caleb or Mr. Kakraba or anybody to come and solve a problem within a split seconds, and he charges I pay 20,000. Say, Najma, we in 1 minute. Do you know how many years of experience he takes him to be able to identify this problem and solve it within 1 minute? No, he's charging you for years of experience. And most pastors are not ready to do that. Yes, they are not ready. If Mr. Caleb, Charlie, have this whole system, and you think he's somebody that you can just call in that, okay, but yeah, program, I'm going to do a program, live recording. Then he brings all these things finished, and he says, if God has not graced him, you wouldn't have been using all this system. You understand? If Pastor Kakaba wants to do it and dash you, he will tell you that, Menyama free. So when he's coming, he knows what and what he's bringing. But when he comes with about 10 guys, see, Caleb came with how many boys? Just this program alone, 4. If it's not because you want to come and impart and give us knowledge, because we are all sound engineers, do you know how much he's going to charge us for this program? For him to even move this whole system to come and demonstrate to you people, do you know what it takes him to move it? But because he wants to be of a blessing to the new generation and with the young guys who are gearing into sound engineering.
Let's celebrate.
So it's not a joke at all. It's not a joke. So when you see some of these people doing the thing and you admire it, you go there and you humble yourself. And some of you don't know how to do apprenticeship. You have gone to somebody to teach you 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, not even up to 1 year old. He said you have opened a sound company. So you have opened a sound company. And the person that has opened his heart to teach, that is why most of you, when you call upon these great men, they don't want to teach you because you are no lawyer. You are not. Because you see, some of these people, do you know what it goes through to even buy a mixer like this? Do you know what it goes through? Yeah. You know, when it comes to my studio, I don't do PSR and all that. No. I want to go for quality. Though I'm not up to the standard where I'll buy this board, but I know the ones that I can, that will give me the best. I'm buying it. And sometimes I need to sit my wife down and say, hey, baby, no dear, actually, really, oh. I won't even take the money home for her to see that this is the money. I will even spend it before. I'm telling you, I want to take some money from Flaster House for some gig. When I take the money, before I reach house, where is James? If James here, James will testify. One of my guys. We passed through some place before we scatter the money. Oh. I'm telling you. Because the things, those are investments. They are the ones that will bring you the money back. And before I end, you see, it's good to prepare for the opportunity to come on your way than not preparing when the opportunity comes. Yes, I know what I'm talking about. That old bat have seen some things when it comes to this audio industry. Have worked with some key people and they are not small people, they are heavy people. And if you don't have the knowledge, you won't. When I have the opportunity to work with this Joyous Celebrations sound engineer, he's in Ghana. Then he came and he was like, okay, I want you to configure this your console for me. I want it like this. I want this snapshot. Do this like that. And this is what. He just, giving me instructions. And if I've not studied those things, how will I be able to configure it for him? So sometimes sit down, study your console. If you don't understand something, call your friend or call the big men who are also in the inside. See, humble yourself and learn the thing. It's to your good, though. Mr. Caleb, I call him boss. I call him sir. I give him that respect. When you see these men, they are into something that you are not. Fine, there's social media and all that. You can do all the AI stuff. But when it comes to the experience, AI will never give it to you. And there are certain things, there are certain things, unless impartation. After we've learned all the theory and whatever, there are certain things. When you follow people, their same spirit enters you. You see, this console is someone's spirit, too. This console, it will be spirit. It's someone's spirit. So if you're able to study whoever do that, you can be able to determine the spirit of whoever did it. That is the knowledge. The spirit is the knowledge. The spirit is the knowledge. So if you see Mr. Caleb operating this thing with so ease and stuff, sometimes you go to Pastor Kakaba's show and he's surrounded with 4 consoles and you are confused. You are confused, but he's laughing because he has studied how to merge all these consoles together to give him that. Yes. You do see him doing the concert he did for Jumetal at Airwork Stadium. Have you seen his setup? Some of you, when you see all these programs, you are just in the house. You don't go. If you don't go to those places, how will you learn? I'm being honest with you. How will you learn? You want information, oh. Because, see, if you want to learn from all these big men, when they are doing program, go when they are setting up. Don't go when they are mixing. Then you go and say, hey, boss, I've been seeing you on. He will slap you. Because the man is thinking about how to put a show and you're not coming to ask questions. Once you can come, when his boys are in, so, oh, I'm also a young and upcoming engineer. Oh, I saw that you are coming to do program like this and I want to be part. What can you do? Don't go for the mixer. The mixer is not the first thing you should be looking at. Go for your what? Your signal source. That is where the solution is. And when you are able to achieve that, you become a great sound engineer. Thank you.
All right. So this is the final question. Then we move to the next speaker. If anybody has any question after we are done, then you can approach engineer. Then you ask him behind closed doors. Okay.
Thank you so much, Brother Thomas, and we really appreciate the in-depth knowledge you've poured to us this very afternoon. But my question is, taking into consideration the gain staging you made mention of, I know there are different consoles that we might come across, but then how can we tell if we are actually getting enough signal and that is the best or the optimal for that particular console? Because some say that there are some you may have to drive it to get a certain sound, which I don't know what that kind of sound is. And two, I think with the issue of churches too, they like things to be loud. I don't know why, but you may have to get things loud in the PA before they feel they are enjoying good sound. So dealing with these two things, I mean, how best, in your opinion, how best can you go about it with your gain staging and also managing your SPO, in terms of the front of house?
Okay. You see, every environment and with their gain staging is very important. You will go to places where they don't like very loud sound. So that one you are, even if you're even trying to push, they'll tell you, oh, hey, Charlie, calm down. But you see, my church, my church, if you come to my church, Potter City, will produce the loudest sound. Wasubesi. Yes, and even at that peak, they still want more. Yeah. Oh, Caleb has been there before. Pastor Kakraba have seen it before. You see, and that is a different environment. As for them, even in that situation, you still have to learn how to work with your gain stage, because at the end of the day, there's a mandate on you as a sound engineer to protect the equipment. So far as they want it loud, what is their loud? And you to what is your loudness? You, the sound engineer, will determine the level of your gain structure. You, the sound engineer, is what you determine. Making sure that they are okay. But there are some of them, whether they are okay, they are not okay, they still want it loud. So you need to differentiate between who is okay and who wants it loud. You understand? When you're working with two different bands, somebody will come and play soft. Somebody will come and play loud. For instance, I was working with Dunsin, Nathaniel Bassey, Moses Bliss, Somisola, Osofo Joe, and all this thing. And all these Niger guys, come on, Pastor Kakraba will attest to it. They smash a lot. See, before they finish your sound check, all your toms, there's depth in it, holes in it. With their guitars, you know how they do their music. Then after that, Pastor Joe and the team came. Wow. That day, the joyous sound guy, the white man, was behind. Was like, man, these people really sound good. These people really sound good. The very best people, they are just playing loud and making noise, like that. And we said, you've never heard loudness. Then they decided to bring him to our all night to come and mix. They decided to bring him to our all night to come and mix. When he entered, first he went out. When he entered, he looked around and went out. When he was coming back, with ear blood. He came out blocking his ears. I'm like, no, you people, why can't you do? I said, no, this is the kind of things we do here. They love it. He said, no, it's not this one. I said, no, you too, no, that's that. We gave him the console. He said, no, can you go and tell him to reduce? I said, we don't reduce like that, oh. Then they were doing the prayer. He said, what is it? I said, this is how it's been done here. He said, man, you people, my ears. Then after all the prayer sessions and prophet takes over, he said, man, I need to go and relax my ear. I need to go and relax. So he went out. He was walking around because some session of Joyous will come and sing and you come and mix for them. So he said, no, I'm hearing some ringing in my ears. I hear some ringing. I have to go. I have to walk around and let my ear relax. While he's saying that somebody has one person, let's say prayer warrior is standing in front of the mixer. He no block self. So you see, so that is how it is. Everybody, you the engineer, you determine the gain structure. There are certain instruments that will give you a normal level. Some musicians, they'll come and deceive you during sound check. They'll play low. When you say give your maximum, they'll put small. And then when it's the gig time, then they want to play, they want a feeling count, then they'll open their trigger. No, when you do that for me, there's a compression I'll put on it for you. I'll near your neck, ding. Because at the end of the day, you are coming to damage. That is why we ask you to play loud during sound check. Then we know how to balance it. So you, the sound engineer, you should determine your gain structure. Because don't forget, it can give you a distortion sound and a noise sound, depending how well you use it. Thank you.
Let's celebrate, engineer. Wow, what an in-depth knowledge. How many of you are blessed? Yes, who knows? Next year by this time, one of you will be standing here and be pouring out knowledge like this. Let's celebrate this grace. Let's celebrate this wisdom. Yes, and we also have, when you turn like this, we have some drinks, and then we also have some pies. They are not for free, but they are there at an affordable rate. Yes, when you go there and you see the caterer will do something nice for you. They brought it here because of us. Don't be in a hurry to go. It's not expensive. The rate is very low. Let's welcome Dr. Crack. He has something to contribute. Let's celebrate him.
Yeah. So we are not going to do Agidi now. So let's just do a simple thing. So we have been here for the past, how many hours now? What's time? How many hours? Like about 5 hours, right? So we will all agree. If you do not agree, let's know. So we will all agree that we have been having a good time or not. Are we? So, and this will not happen if we don't have a strong backing. And when I say a strong backing, if we don't have a company that decided that I want people to get this knowledge, if we don't have them backing us, you see, we will just have Mr. Caleb and Pastor Kakraba, and we will not have anywhere to have you guys, to put you guys. But we will give it up for Sweet Music that has given us this opportunity to use their space. You know, it's not easy for a company to say, see, you guys should come. Let my people also have the knowledge. It's just like when we have Pharaoh that time, and God is telling him, see, let my people go. That's what Swiss Music had done for us. He said, from bad knowledge, he said, you will be free. That's why they said, okay, you come and use this space. Let's give it up for them again. And you see, about the question you asked about SPL and all those things, now we will still take it back to Swiss Music. Now, you know why? If you don't have the knowledge that you have to buy quality equipment, see, that sound pressure level that you want to get to the sweet spot of your tone when it comes to the mixing, you will not get it. Because you cannot go and buy equipment. That place I don't want to mention, they said I should not mention it, Zongo Lane. You cannot go and buy some inferior equipment and expect to get quality tone. That's where some church, that's where they are lagging behind, right? So some others are moving forward. You see, Thomas was saying something. He said he would rather buy quality. And I can tell you, when you have quality, it can take you for years. I mix in a very small church, but I've mixed some of the biggest events in Nigeria. You get. But you see that my small church, in the past 5 years, no single Twitter that we have fixed. Because one, we have quality equipment, not so expensive like that. Quality equipment. And aside from that quality equipment, we make sure that we don't go through the corners. Because it's that time we'll be talking to some of you guys, it's a giddy that you want to do. And that thing is annoying. Just imagine when you are telling someone that this your speaker, Julius was saying in the morning, he talked something about peak and RMS. Do we have anybody that understands what RMS is? If we don't, let's talk. I will give someone a microphone now because I'm just trying to prep us for the next speaker. I don't want to mention the name. Do we know RMS? What does it mean? No, it's you. Yeah, you. No, not you. Yo, good. So, do we know what that means when we are talking about? He said root means square. Do we know what that means to our equipment? Do we know? So, and see, we need to talk. Do we know? Let's the way they used to do it in the House of Assembly or whatever. Everybody, if you don't know, you say you don't know. You say no. If you know it, you say yes. So we now look at the level. Do we know what that RMS means when it comes to audio production? So we don't know. And what have we been learning since morning? So now let's see, because some of us we are sound engineers, we are not electricians, right? But you cannot talk about audio production without talking about physics. And see, you don't need to know much about physics. Just know little. See, I'm not a physics person. I don't do science. I didn't do anything. But all I've done is I study. And that got me to realize that at the back of your console, aside from your speakers, aside from all these powered ones, because they are different technologies, you get. But you see those passive ones, all the information you need to know about the speaker is there. I'm coming to the SPL. Now, they can tell you that a speaker, let's use this one for example. Now, this is active, but let's just paint it that this is passive. Now, this speaker they can say this is 4,000 watts. When they are telling you that 4,000 watts, they are only telling you what that speaker can handle at a short boost. Very short. That when 4,000 watts hits it, not for a very long time, short, it will handle it. Now they call another one. In the olden days, they put program. So that program, what do? They divide the 4,000 to 2, which gives you 2,000 watts. And that 2,000 watts, it means that by the time you are pushing your SPL, that speaker will still handle 2,000 watts. Not for long, too, but still it will handle it more than the 4,000. Now, when it now comes to the final stage, that's the RMS. And that's what most people miss a lot. And they will go and buy equipment. They will be telling them, this speaker, now see, we will do the mathematics ourselves now. We've done peak, right? You know the peak is the initial wattage they will put. And that's what I don't understand those people. That's what they will use to sell products for you. And that's why we always advise people to buy equipment from the source. And you see, I will still talk sweet music again. You get? So that's why when you patronize people that understand giving people knowledge, they will not play you like this. Now, peak is that particular wattage. That is the first instance, short boost. Program. Then you have the RMS. The RMS means that this is the sweet spot of the speaker, which means it can handle. And how they did it, they make it like the peak time divided by 4. So which means if you have 4,000 watts, the RMS would definitely be 1,000 watts. So now imagine someone having a 1,000 watt speaker, looping 2 together. That speaker already is a 4-ohm speaker. I don't want to go deep into physics, you get. But single speakers like this, when it comes to passive, they are 8 ohms. When you have the double, 3-way speaker, they put it, I'm not saying 3-way in the 3-way. Tweeter and 2 woofers. That's 4 ohms. Now, someone will now match the 2 together on one amplifier that is maybe 800 watts. And you now see, now when you match 1,000 watts, 2, when you match it together, that speaker, that 4 ohms, when it's in parallel, converts down to 2 ohms. Now, someone will now power, maybe the amplifier can only handle 4 ohms, because that's what they can afford. Now, you will now use that speaker. 4 ohms, 2 ohms, 1,000 watts. You will now put it on an amplifier that can handle 800 watts at 4 ohms. 1, you are killing the amp. Number 2, even if the amp can handle it, it's sharing the wattage to the 2 speakers, 400, 400. And they are now expecting that speaker to perform very well. And you see where that thing got me pissed most times, and I will be like, you see Agidi that is disturbing you. You will now see someone that is doing things the right way, connecting the right thing, getting the right punch he needs from his kick. That person has done the right thing. But others will not do the right thing and want the best. It will not work. That's why sound engineers are not sound engineers. So some are just operators. Why some are the sound engineer? And when I say operator, it means that they can only control the board. We were saying in the morning, we said the board is not sound. It's a tool. It's the person's knowledge that is using to drive the console. When you have the knowledge, you have the experience. When they give you any console, even if you don't know it, you will be able to ask the right questions. So that's where you will get to realize that when it comes to the SPL, you will first of all look at the speaker first. What have they done? Like he was saying, he said, check your signal flow. Because some of the problems sound engineers are facing is just signal flow. Wrong connections. And now their room also is telling them another thing. You get? So I hope we have an idea now of the factors that can affect our sound pressure level. Because if you don't allow that speaker to perform, forget. Even if you have the best band in the world, that your signal flow will not perform very well. That's why you see ministers having their own sound engineer and making sure that one person that does not know what he's doing somewhere will now not go and mess someone's career up that is building. And you know, people will not talk about the sound engineer. They will just talk about poor performance. That's why you see that great artists like that, they don't want to joke with their production. Their production sound the same everywhere. And like I said in the morning, let's try and still make sure that we are ready. You see these men, they are coming. Let's ask questions. Because Thomas finished now, we only have people that want to ask questions. Let's ask questions so that we can take a lot of things. We can take it home. Let the question not be just, the problem you are facing currently. Let's think future. You get? So that we can take what we have to take from these people, or else they will just go, we will not be able to. You see, let's hold them, ask them questions. After their sections, we still have time. Anyone you see behind their car, catch them for corner, ask them questions. Baba, you go give me this knowledge before you go. Just like that woman, you know. You get? So once again, Let's give it up for Sweet Music that has given us the opportunity to use their space. Where's Bishop? Oh, okay.
Oh, let's celebrate Dr. Crack. Let's celebrate. Very, very intelligent man. How many of you here did science? You did physics and those things? You did it? Okay, so I'm sure what he's talking about, some of you, the understanding is there. Wow. Okay. Before we move to the next level, Mr. Praises from Sweet Music has something, to share with us within the shortest possible time. So let's welcome him. Let's welcome him. Yes.
Hello, everyone. I hope everybody is enjoying themselves. And today has been an opener for us. We've learned quite a lot. So I wouldn't delve much into those issues. But as Sweet Music, we are key in presenting the best of options when it comes to equipment. And I would like to ask whether if you've not gotten your letters yet, let me see you by answer. You can just meet me at the back there, and then I'll hand your letters over to you. So you can just come in one by one, and then I guess some people have already gotten brochures and other things. Yeah, so there's something in it for you. And please note if you have your letters, please give them to your pastors, your church leaders, those who are the helm affairs of church affairs, our tech heads, and all of those who are, when it comes to anything sound in the church, they are there to finance or do whatever it is needed for the church. So you just see me at the back here, and I'll get you a letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Praises. All right, now we want to move to the next level. Mr. Caleb is ready. Most of you have been wondering, what at all is this thing? The man who mounted it here is coming to demonstrate it. How many of you are ready? Oh, your hands are not up. I can see the energy is here more. All right, so Mr. Caleb, how many of you know Mr. Caleb? One of the greatest engineers of all time. I've been following him on social media, and I've also been following his mixes, and it's very, very powerful. Without much ado, let's welcome one of the best sound engineers Ghana has ever produced to the nations of the world, Mr. Caleb Ashong. Let's welcome him as he comes.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I don't like the energy. Let's swap. Please, those here, go here. Those here, come here, please. I don't like the energy. Oh, let's swap. So let's swap. Good afternoon. Oh, yeah. All right, so my name is Caleb Ashonkatai, and I'm an audio engineer by profession. It means that's what I do for a living. So it's 24 hours, 7 days a week. That's what I do. People ask, do you do this full time? Yeah, this is full time. And I am with two companies. I'm with Audiovisual Systems and Gear Select. I'm an audio engineer and manager in one of them. So that's my intro. I'm married, yes, so I think I've been waiting to say this in an intro. Yes, so first of all, I'd like to say thank you to Dr. Crack and Chikata. Where are they? Oh, so we have to clap for them. Let's clap for them. This initiative is a very good initiative. When you have a system that doesn't have a system to build for the next generation, there is an issue because everyone comes up with what they think a standard is. So take this as a place to set a standard for the next generation. I like things like this because I'm a teacher by heart. So I love teaching, and It's actually been a while we've had something like this. The last time we had this was about 2 years ago, and it was a launch of Solid State Logic in Ghana. And it was a great time we had. And I'm really excited that this came up again. And if this is done 10 times in a week, I would like to be on it 10 times in a week. All right. The way you guys are clapping, I think we should record your claps. Oh, I said we should record it, you are clapping. All right, so let me give you some background. When Chikata gave me, I asked him, what should we come and teach about? See, the things he gave me to teach about, hey, the list. I didn't bore. I asked him how many minutes or how many hours. He told me the duration. I told him, I see something. We have to divide this by 4 because the truth is we can actually squeeze everything, but I'm here to stir up something in everyone. That's my mission here, to stir up something in everyone, not to showcase something, but to stir up. So we want to stir up something, and the areas I'm looking at today for the class is front of house, broadcast, recording simultaneously. That's the first one. Then the second one is how to use a PA under high pressure without damaging it. It sounds interesting, right? Okay, the third one, I've forgotten it, so let me look in my notes. So the third one is translation across different listening environments. So I would like to take the first one, but I've been listening through from Julius to Andrew to Chikata. It's been a very great section. And sorry, I've got feedback from my online viewers that we should open up. Sorry. So if you can just give me, no, not, the house is fine, just online. Yeah, just online, please. I have a special AI. You want more in the house? Oh, sorry. So I have a special AI who is monitoring for me and sends me. Anyway, that's my wife, so. Okay, so I would like to start, is the volume okay? I'd like to start with managing front of house, broadcast, and recording. Yeah, before that, so I was saying I like the things that we're speaking about, very vital things. So Julius spoke about purchasing equipment, which I really love that side because most people don't pass through protocols to purchase. They purchase because some people purchase because they've seen someone using it. Some people purchase because they think it would work for them. Some people purchase because that's what they can afford. And some people purchase because maybe they have enough, it's luxury. So there are different classes of people. And he made one point that I think it's very like solid when it comes to that. When you are purchasing something, it's not really what someone is using. You have to make sure that it works for you, right? And he made a point that sometimes people rent things so that they can test it and see if it works for their system. And I want to admonish everyone, please. What he said, it sounds like just simple knowledge. It is grade A knowledge. The reason being that you can take one mixer, go use it, like invest the whole sum of money inside. You go use that church, and you only scratch 20% of it. Like when you're at full blast of your production, just scratch 20% of it. And you can't justify the 20%, right? You are justifying that, oh, you've done a lot of things, you can't justify it. And you go and realize that, okay, there's another mixer that, oh, I think I like this one, I should have gone for this. That shows you that you didn't make a good decision. Once you go and see another thing like, oh, I think I should have gone for this, it means the decision you are making is not really well calculated, right? So I know all the outlets are open for you to test drive their equipment, right? So you have all the rights in the world to walk into Sweet Music and tell them, see, I want to put my hands on this and test it. If they don't come to me, don't worry. But they will, because they also want to solve a problem for you, right? So I want to admonish you. Whenever you see a new technology in town, get close to it, right? You may not end up buying it, but get close to it because you may make a decision one day with it. If you have the opportunity to rent it, to test it, to try it, like Chikata said, you invest renting it for the church. Not every church will rent it to prove a point. So if you believe this would make your work, then you need to also invest into it. You get it. So let's take those points very seriously. So managing front of house broadcast recording simultaneously. This topic can take us a day because there are two things you want to look at: perspective and reference. Perspective is where you are standing. Reference is what you are comparing it to. Am I correct? I want to make it very simple English. So I have the reason why I brought the system is to demonstrate how we can do these three things simultaneously and still achieve what we are looking for. I think the gentleman you mentioned about preamp, who mentioned it? Someone here. About preamp distorting when you open it. Yeah. It's very true. Every time I get to train people in sound, it's one of the questions that cannot have an absolute answer. You ask me, what's the perfect gain? You tell me that, -3, -6, -12, -18. It really depends on a lot of factors, right? One, the preamp, what's the preamp doing? I'm just giving I have a few moments, I'm just giving a little background. The preamp is basically doing one thing. Who can guess? What's the preamp doing? Or I should put a console on it. What's the preamp doing? It's amplifying. Okay. What's the preamp doing? Oh, you can, if you want to repeat, you can repeat. What's the preamp doing? Yes. Please, can we be roaming? I want it to be interactive. So can we be roaming with the mic? What the preamp, what does it do? Hey, that's heavy, please. Okay, conversion. Okay, I'll just pick that word. What's the preamp doing? Oh, no one? Okay, what's the preamp doing, please? Sorry, he's bringing you a mic.
Normalizing your input to some sense.
Hey, that's a big word, though. Normalizing.
Yeah, it's boosting, but it's not necessarily adding to that boost. It's just, then we just say it's amplifying.
I like that perspective.
Yeah.
So it's about amplification and conversion. So basically, the preamp was designed for one thing. It's the same thing you guys are saying, but it's doing actually one thing. It's converting the mic level to a line level. Go up, come down. It's doing the same thing. So mixing consoles are just line level mixers. They take line level mix, they mix everything together, they take it out, and that's the work of a mixer. It receives, it processes, it's what gives sense out, right? Anything in between is just a pocket of the system working at a point. So the preamp is basically doing that. So now this is what comes inside. The quality of a preamp determines what can be driven into it without distortion. There are some preamps, even when you don't reach your 0, like your max where it shows red, you will start hearing some cracks. Doesn't mean that, example, you are hearing a crack at -3, you still have to be there because your reference is -3. At that point, ask yourself, what you are hearing, is the integrity of what you are hearing the same as what is being produced from the source, right? So it's a mixture. At the end of the day, the console is just a tool, right? It's just a tool. What this can do, you can use a console to achieve something similar. When it comes to sonic quality, yes, that's another topic on its own. That one, they are miles away. But to achieve a result, you can use maybe the amplifier mixer he mentioned. Yes, I've been there to use an amplifier mixer, and it's interesting because everything is simple. Take channel 1, open now, it's in the system. You don't have to go through. So that's the advantage of that. So when it comes to gain staging in that sense, you are not just looking at signals, you are also listening to the signals. Anytime you add on a gain, the character of the signal changes. And this is achieved by you doing some critical listening to the signal, not just is it loud, is it? You need to listen to a lot of things, right? So you need to listen to there's something called ADSR. ADSR is the envelope of sound wave. So you need to check how's the attack, that's the first sound that comes. How's the decay, how's the sustain, how's the release, right? And these things, the truth is, you can't sit at home and wear a headphone and hear them. Get close to people who can guide you to do that. That's the truth. Like, that's the fastest way to get it. Because if right now I've told you attack, yeah, okay, that's what you listen to. If you wear a headphone and I split a waveform and take the attack side and ask you which is the attack, you may not find it. Fine. Because it's isolated, you may find it. Now, if I play it as one waveform, you may not. And the truth is, that's where a lot of good engineers succeed in, because they're able to hear a lot of details, even from the source, right, before they manipulate. Either they want to extend the release time of that envelope, they want to keep the sustain short, they want to make the attack more pronounced. That comes in when you're talking about dynamic range. You get it? So you see how gain is affecting dynamic range? It will end up affecting EQ if your preamp is not linear. So many preamps, they want it to sound good, and they sound good because they are probably saturated. So the more you open the gain, the saturation is linked to it. The more saturation is given, and it gives you a pleasant sound. So what a pleasant sound is doing is trying to cut a bit of the attacks to make it sound bigger, because the more the peaks are in the system, the more you're going to hear so much difference in the dynamic range on that envelope level. You get it? So as simple as gain, you can look at it differently on how it affects a lot of things, right? Kindly give me 20 seconds. I need to send something. Just 20 seconds. So the reason I'm saying that, someone asked that I should send a link. So let me do that before I forget, please. Am I allowed? Okay. Okay, so that's just by ADSR. That's by the way, just to explain to you how these little things can really translate, right? So my assignment for today is basically to kind of give us a world view of how broadcast, front of house, and recording can be done simultaneously. So the reason why I took time to answer that question is that it's really tied down to recording, right? So I did some photocopies. Sammy, can I get Daniel, the two Daniels, please come help me. Let's give it up for two Daniels there, two guys coming. So they put together the system for me. Yesterday, I think they slept after 12 midnight, just to make sure that, because I told them that if I come and one thing doesn't work, I'll call them to fix it. And I think they did a good job. Let's clap for them. Okay. So we have these 4 things. Just scan them. So I have like, I think 4 links in them. There's the first link that links to what we are talking about now. Oh, you can just stand in front and do scan with your phone. It links to what we are talking about. So to understand the recording path, you need to understand how the console was built or how the system was built. Have you ever done any recording and when you went to post-production, you realized that the gates affected it, the EQs affected it, compression affected it, and it sounded like it's already processed. Have you ever been in? Who has been in that before? Yes. And that is because we probably, two things. Either we had no idea, or the path that we chose was being what? Was passing through another signal chain without we knowing. So we're picking our record level from an after processing path, right? So if you look at the scan you just did, there's a first thing. It's a link on SSL Live signal path, just to explain something to us. So when you are doing a recording into a system, you need to understand that your system, your recording, is supposed to be after your preamp level, not after your processing level. So in some consoles, they are so flexible that you can take the recording level from after the EQ, after the compression, after the head amp, after the fader. Or some of them you can take after all. It means that no matter the arrangement, you can take from there, right? So when you're doing recording, the first thing before showtime, and this you need to do it in your room, if possible, at like a relaxed time, because during the event, that pressure will not allow you to think clearly. If you really want to get a lot out of the short time of your setup, you've got to do a lot of work behind. So if you have 100 things to do before the event, do the 100. When you get to the event, you realize that 50 have not been done. Do you get it? But if you don't do the 100, you realize that a lot more has come to add up to it. So if you look through unfortunately, I could not project it here. I don't know if it's... If you look through the first one, you realize that, who can see that and read it to me? The first link. You see a website. Yeah, multitrack. Please, can you give him the mic so he can read it to us?
Multitrack recording and playback, recorder and rehearse mode. Each channel part of an SSL Live console comes equipped with record, send, and record return points at the top of the signal chain. Post input, A-B selection, pre-trim. The record send point is always active for routing to a multi-track recording device.
Okay, so I like till that end. So there's a record send, and this is general audio knowledge. This is not tailored towards a brand. It's general audio knowledge. When you are recording, there are two ways we can achieve this. So there is the mixer system and there is the recording system. So you are either recording through Dante, which is becoming more useful now for our system. Then you're recording through a USB audio interface. Another way to record is maybe you're recording through a MADI audio interface or AVB. Depends on the protocol, but the formula is the same. When you're recording, you want to send from the channel send to the recorder. So the recorder is your computer. The reason why you want to do that is, imagine we send signal from our stage box straight to the recorder. Then during the event, we put the signal in channel 16. During the event, channel 16 mic got broken, and we had to patch a new mic into channel 17. Then what you did was, channel 17, you activated it on the board, and the show continued. So there was a little interruption. But what you forgot to do is to change the recording path of 16 to 17. You finished the show, and that was the lead singer. How are you going to get a recording, right? So the protocol is for it to pass through the same channel that is working. In that case, if I send 32 to that channel, it would definitely be recorded because it's picking from the channel to record, right? The same is when you are doing a virtual sound check. Virtual sound check is basically playing back the various multi-tracks and taking kicks separately, work on it, snares, that kind of thing. So the same thing. You want to do it on that level so that you can have the channel's integrity the way it is, so you don't miss things on the recording side, right? Okay. So one way for us to achieve this is to use what I said. Then we also have to use our meters. So meters, depending on how you want to go about it, but meters basically tell you the level of the signal, and there are different units of that. So if you listen to it and it sounds good and you feel that, okay, we can go up a bit, you take it up a bit, but make sure you have enough headroom. Headroom is basically you have enough range that if the person producing the sound goes to the loudest, there is no distortion in the preamp. Do we get it? I think. Let's give it up for him. Let's give it up for him. Oh, please, standing ovation. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So, all right. Okay. So you want to have a meter to check if what you're recording, when it's low and when it's high, it's still what? Not distorting. At least to make it simple, it's not entering into the red, right? So this comes to preamp design again. When we go into the greens, it means everything is fine, ideally speaking. That's without putting a headphone on. It's not all the time. But when it's green, it's just telling you that it's good. Yellow, it means you're getting into the saturation. You're actually taking more from the preamp. Then red means you have to go and stop and check what you're doing, right? So you can take it as a way to check it, right? If you run certain consoles hot, you get harmonics. That's what usually they'll tell you, add something to the sound. So the harmonics is going to deal with the peaks and the attack and the waveform itself, right? So if you are confident enough to run it that way and still get a good sound, it's up to you. But you don't want to risk that, right? So if you look at digital consoles, now you see most of them, even the very basic ones, have the gain and the trim. That's the whole idea. I can gain together harmonics and I'll trim together level, right? So that the level becomes useful. So when we explain that the preamp converts mic level to line level, what you're trying to say is that the mixer doesn't understand the mic level. It understands line level. And that's doing that. The opposite of that is converting line to mic, which is done by the direct injection or direct input box. We call it DI box. It's doing the opposite of that. You getting it? Yeah. So that's just by the way. So you need to monitor your levels. If you're at front of house, you are doing broadcasts and you are doing recording, I would suggest you monitor your levels from your inputs, number one, on the console side. Then number two, on the recording machine, you also monitor your levels. If possible, get someone who is seated by to just monitor and listen. Else, by the time you finish, you've recorded kick 64 times. Then they ask you for the files. You to share the file. Then you go and like, oh, I did kick 64 times. It happens. These are not jokes. I'm sure you've experienced that. I'm sure. So you don't want that to happen. So in the heat of the program, you have a lot of things to look at. So you can just get a small interface, take the monitoring side of the recording, let someone listen, and also watch the meters. That's a very good way to get things sorted. Then when it comes to the broadcast side of things, the chain can be complex after your side. Try and work together, like Andrew said. Try and work together with the video guys. If you work together with them and there is still no process, like do your best. If you can't do anything again, you've done your best, right? But make sure you work with them to get them to understand from your side. So if I'm doing a broadcast for someone, I would like, as much as possible, to understand a number of things. What are you doing after I give you the signal? Are you processing? If you're processing, what kind of processing? If it's a processing, I think it's okay. We will maintain. If I'm not too sure about it, I would like us to test it before, right? So you want to test it. Then there is something called, in the metering session, there is something called LUFS. Who has seen that before? LUFS. Oh, don't let it look like I'm the only one who knows LUFS. So that is, LUFS means loudness unit, full scale. It doesn't make sense, right? Or it makes sense. The name doesn't make sense. But this is what it's trying to tell you. It's trying to tell you that these things have been standardized such that if this system is at -9 LUFS, this is the kind of loudness we expect to be perceived, right? So usually when you go check the streaming platform, every streaming platform has its LUFS. And these things come in different calculations. We have the integrated, which is the whole program. We have the momentary, which is just the one that just comes. We have different versions of the LUFS. And a good way to get started is to get a meter. You just need, some of these things are even free plugins. Just get a simple 2-input, 2-output audio interface, then route your solo bars. That's what I do. So I route my solo bars so that if I want to see maybe the LUFS of the broadcast, I just solo the broadcast and I see whether I'm within. If I'm not within, I listen. If there's an opportunity to increase it, and I bring it up. So usually for YouTube, it's around -40, -12. But that is integrated. So it means that you can actually go to -9, and when it's speech time, it comes to -6. It may cancel out and give you -14. What they're trying to say is that they are trying to standardize things. So when you do negative and you achieve -14 for your entire program, YouTube will not touch your program. It's automatic. So if you don't want YouTube to touch it, make sure your integrated is within that, right? If you want YouTube to touch it, just do anything, then it's to touch it. When it touches it, the disadvantage is it now affects the entire program. It doesn't go and listen to your loudest and lowest and balances it, right? So you want to make sure that these things are leveled out so that your program will not be touched by a computer as much as possible. Do you get it? Nevertheless, don't let the meters be your last stop. If you feel that this particular song, I have to push it a dB or 2, feel free, push it. Do you get it? But make sure you are within what? A good range. For -14 doesn't mean that when you go -9, that's terrible. Like I said, there is an instance and there's an integrated. So integrated, if you have 4 hours program and your first 1 hour was in -9, the rest of your 3 hours is in -16. It means you are still not even at -14 integrated. You get it? The average. Are we getting it? So you want to make sure that you're monitoring that as well. Then this is something I usually would do. So when I'm doing in such scenarios, ideally you would want to have a separate broadcast mix, but in certain circumstances, you may not have the resources for that. So what I usually would do is I use the metric system. I heard Andrew saying that today they mentioned the metric system. Yeah, it's a mixer in a mixer. Just take a digital mixer, take 2 digital mixers, then take an analog mixer. Take the stereo into 1 and 2 of the analog, the second mixer, the stereo into 3 and 4. The small mixer, who is taking the final mixes of each of them, is the matrix mixer. So now I can decide on the amount of level of each of the mixers going to the final section of the analog. Are we picturing that? So that's the same concept of matrix, right? It's also dependent on what your system can do. Most systems can handle metrics, maybe 6 or 8 matrices. If you decide to use all for a PA, then you cannot do what I'm coming to explain, right? The other way sometimes I'll go about it is to have a separate auxiliary, which is post fader. It has a lot of disadvantages depending on the system. Post fader, because if I'm doing a group and that group is not added to the auxiliary, I'm just mixing on the pre-processed signal before it hits the group into the online. So instead of it also passing through the group processing before hitting the online, it's going to miss that. So you have to take note of the decisions you take. The downside of what I'll show you is you have to have a very good reference. So I started with what? Perspective and reference. Reference being that you need to know what you want to achieve. So example, how do you want it to sound like? So how accurate is your PA translating what you are giving to it? One sure way of doing that is system tuning, system engineering. The downside of that is when you overdo that, minor system engineering will sometimes sound good if you are pushing the limit of the knowledge too much, right? Nevertheless, if you get it well crafted and well done, you can get some very good results. If you don't have that yet, what you can use is you can reference to a good headphone you have. That means that you need to really invest in good headphones. So when you listen to the headphone through your mixer and you listen to your PA, you ask yourself, how do I perceive the difference? Do I have too much top end in the PA? The headphone, you probably cannot do anything about it. So if you want it to match, you have to listen, adjust, listen, adjust, listen, adjust. Again, this comes with some level of training. You can't just go and turn things down. Because once you turn something down, there is a disadvantage at the other side, which you need to understand so that you can compensate for that. Do you get it? So when we're talking about system engineering, making sure that system people achieve a flat, some people have a targeted trace, some people have so many concepts for that. You really need to get things tried and tested, right? So the whole idea is you want to make sure that every speaker in the space, in the auditorium, in the arena is sounding the same. First things first, what you can really change is the frequency response. You can't change the transient of a speaker. Transient is how fast it goes in the magnet and comes out. You can't change that. That is what will separate a speaker which is maybe a very high-end brand from a standard. You can't change the transient, but you can change the frequency response. But now when you start pushing the limits, there'll be one that will, at the end of the day, it will get stuck because it can't catch up with the transient. Do you get it? So you also have to know the gear you're using. If it's within a certain level of production, don't push it to a level of production it is not. There are speakers meant for live sound, and there are speakers meant for playback. Who is aware of that? There are speakers when you play music inside, sweet. When you play live music, you probably will have to do a lot more. Some speakers, when you play live music, it's already accepting a lot of your errors and kind of managing the system because there's a lot of headroom and a lot of space within the system. Do you get it? So first things first, you need to listen and see, okay, if it's the zone one, I've put, let's say, 2 speakers there. Make sure that the 2 speakers are covering the range more evenly. It's better to cover evenly than to get loud in one spot and think it's fine. No, you want to be consistent. If it sounds, I'll prefer a PA that sounds bad, the same bad across the venue, than a PA that at the front it sounds good, at the back it doesn't sound good. The reason being that if all sound the same bad, I can probably do one move to correct all of them. But if different speakers are sounding differently, I probably have to go into each of the systems to level them up. Do you get it? So one way to achieve the balance between broadcast, front of house, recording, you have to have a very good reference with what you're working with. So I'm going to demonstrate something. If you scan the stuff, there's a link, Tones Live something. Let me see if it's even working. 1, 2, yeah. Okay, not taking it to main left and right. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah. Yeah. 2. Yeah. Yeah. Just a moment. Daniel, please 1 minute. The RME is not connected. The USB cable. That's this one. Yeah, just. Okay. So what happened was I was trying to push signal to my broadcast, but it's passing through a process in here, which is lifting the level up. So basically through a limiter, because you don't want to be so. You see, when you are doing live music, it's different from playback. Live music, the dynamics, that's the beauty of it, to have wide dynamics and still under control. But if you push that to your streaming, it will sound very dull, very flat. So you want to reduce the dynamic range so that your phone speaker can handle it nicely. You can hear your music nicely inside. So what I'm doing basically is I'm actually inserting from here. I'm inserting from the computer onto the matrix channel of the broadcast. So in that case, I can get a broadcast level very loud. When I say very loud, I don't mean you can get it louder than the main house. So one example I would showcase is when you have music and you have speech. Have you noticed that after your choir sings and the pastor is giving a sermon, then you get a lot of comments, the volume is low? Who has experienced that before? Then we are in the right company. I also get that. So when that happens, what it's trying to tell you that in-house, you are actually fine, right? But if you want to get a level in-house plus online, you probably will have to increase what? Again, then now it becomes what? Unbearable. So this brings us to the metric system. Why don't we have a small mixer? In this case, our small mixer is a virtual mixer. A small mixer made of 8 channels. Then we mix the entire music, the entire band. I call it music. So the music is made of band and vocals. So this is how I see it. I pick kick. I have kick in and out. Then I have snare top and down. If it's a good gig and I have some extra good vibe, I'll do it three snares, right? So I'll take these 2 kicks to a subgroup. You see the analog, they used to have 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6. If you had 7 to 8, it means you were on a high-end analog console because those ones were in that region. So I take kick. Digital, I have the opportunity to have more than 8. So I take the kick, 2 kick channels, channel 1 and channel 2. I take it to that group. Snares, if it's 3, sometimes it's even 4 because one signal is duplicated for rim shot enhancement. So if you know the music, when it gets to that side, you don't have to change your dynamics. You've already prepared it for rim shot. You just have to swap. So you just take the body down, then you bring the rim shot. So it just emphasizes on it. In some cases, you can add some effects to it to just give it that right? So I like to take all that and take it into snare. So now I have 2 things I'm dealing with, kick and snare. It's still a lot of information. So I now take the toms. Toms, it depends, 4, 5. You take all as a stereo. So the kick, I take it as a mono group. Snare, mono group. Toms, stereo. So it's stereo because if I pan the toms, it needs to show up in the group as panned. So you have to follow that process. If you're doing mono, whatever I do before that, it's almost like useless, right? So you want to have that stereo. Then, now, the other thing is you take the drum bass. So usually my drum is made up of the kick group, snare group, tom groups, then overhead and hi-hat into another group called drums. So this is how I like to see it. I like to see the drum as one fader. If I want to bring up the drums, I bring it up, just like the keyboard. Right? I don't want to bring the first octave of the keyboard up, second octave up, differently. I want to move it as a keyboard piano. So I like to see the drums and take care of it as one instrument. But to do that, it's passing through multiple layers of processing. Not because it's possible, but because you want to make sure that at each level of the signal, there is integrity of the processing. So what am I achieving at the input? I'm probably removing some troublesome frequencies. I'm putting a gate on it so that I don't allow unwanted noise into the system, like into the kick channel. I don't want snare to enter into the kick. I don't want kick to enter into the snare. I want when you play snare, after it is done, everything mutes. So that's what the gate is doing. Then I probably would do some transient design or compression to make sure that maybe I want to emphasize on the attack. So I would allow the attack to pass. Then where I don't want it to emphasize, it will compress that to a given ratio over a period. Then it releases after a period. That's all about compression. So I'm doing that to design the waveform, right? So I come to that and I realize, okay, kick in, I treat it differently. Kick out, I treat it differently. Then it comes to the group kick. I realize if I give all of them a compressor, they behave differently than when I do it only individually. So this is what happens. When you give a compressor a signal, the compressor probably by standard form, it doesn't know the difference between the frequencies. It's just level. If you give it a high frequency level, which is above the threshold, it will react. If you give it a low frequency level, which is above the threshold, it will react. So you want to make sure that you have a good balance. Example is the kick in and out. You know, the kick in will have more of the top end. Then the kick out will have more of the body, the boom, boom. Then the kick in will have the top. That's where the pedal hits the head, right? So you want to make sure that those two things individually are well tamed so that at any given time, both the high end, the low end, are kind of triggering the same compressor at the same time. Do you get it? If it's only the lows that is triggering the compressor, what it means is you are now not going to get the compressor to do the shaping it's supposed to do when the lows doesn't reach to that level. You see how the signal flow goes, right? So after we get that drum group, I take that drum group to a group called band. The same thing for piano. I take piano to band. So I take from piano input to piano bass, which is the group. Then from the group to another group called the band. So everything, instrument, percussion, saxophone, anything stems, goes to band. Now, the whole idea is I want to simplify everything so that at the end of the day, I have very few things to manage. Then after the band, I go to vocal. So individual lead vocals goes into a stereo vocal group in case there's a need for panning. Then BVs, usually I like to break them up into alto, soprano, then tenor. Then from that group, it also goes into another group called the BVs. Then from the BVs, it goes to vocal group. So the vocal group is a combination of the BVs plus. We are going somewhere, so let's follow. The vocal group is a combination of the BVs plus the lead vocal, right? So now, at the end of the day, I have the band and the vocals to give me the what? To give me the what? The music, right? So now, when I have the music I assume is cooked. Then the next one is the pastor's mic, MC, program mics. Take all those things to another group. You can label it anything, maybe MC. Then you take it, so that level, you call it speech. I will call it speech. So now, if I'm at any event, these are the three final things I would like to be dealing with. Speech, even speech and music, these are the two things. Then the last, third one will be crowd. Crowd, never put crowd in your PA. It doesn't make sense because we are in the crowd. We are hearing the crowd, and you are putting more of us in us. That's just feeding back, right? So we don't put the crowd in the PA. If there's something I can tell you in audio engineering we don't do, this is one of them. This one, we don't argue about it. You don't do it, right? There are certain things you can really argue and come out, but in-house, you don't need a crowd mic. So you would have to have the crowd too as a separate one. So this is where I'm going to. There's a music, there's a speech, and there's a crowd. These are the three main final mixes going to either the venue or out of the venue. So now, if I have a small analog mixer, can I get a small analog mixer? Maybe 6-channel, 8-channel. Yes, kindly get me one. So we'll demonstrate that. So the first 2 channels, I'm going to put my music over there. Remember, the sound you ask, what's the place of effect? Effect comes to music. So I'll route my effect. Usually I run them through auxiliaries. Then from auxiliaries, I send them to an input channel, like as a final return, because I insert the auxiliaries. So I will not be doing the standard return and send. That saves me another layer, but it has its disadvantages. The disadvantage of that is when the delay comes in, example, maybe someone is singing and this very slow ballad and it's repeating the words nicely. When I just mute, maybe I feel that the repetition is about to cause like nuisance. I'll just mute that delay. What happens is instantly it mutes. So that's the disadvantage of the way I would go about it. So I'm always forced to fade it in and fade it out. But if you do it the send and return, what you can do is you are sending signal to the delay and you are returning to the system. In that case, you can mute the send and you hear a nice tail at the end of the effect in your system. So it sounds very polished. It doesn't sound like you just muted the system, right? So there's no wrong system, there's no right system. It's how you build it to work for yourself. Do you get it? So I take all the effects into the music group. Then the music group has everything plus effect. That's vocal, band, effect. So is that the mixer, please? Okay. 1, 2. Okay, I think it's shooting now. Okay. So if you check, let's check something. I tried to do a small radio station for us. It's in the link as well. So if you've not got a link, you need to get a link. You can refresh. If you're using a browser, just refresh the link. And there is it Tones Live? Just go there, wear an earpiece and see if you are hearing us. If you are not hearing us, let me know. You should be hearing us. 1, 2, yeah. Yes, so that's it. Yeah, Daniel, yeah. Okay, so please, let's look at this. Please help him hold it. After that, we'll take it home. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 channel preamp. You can see 8 preamps over here. So assuming I'm doing the metric system, I'm not going to use the preamps because the signal I'm working now with has been converted to what? Line level, right? So I'll probably use the jacks. So if I take band, so the band will be this, left and right. Then I'll take this as vocals. Then I'll take this as music. So this and this goes into this. Are we getting it? Then now I have a separate, so this is a metric system. Then I have a separate system that picks the speech. It goes here. So now if I'm in a situation where I need to increase the speech online, I don't increase it on the mixing side of things. I increase it on the metric side of things. I go to my metrics and I open, okay, I need more of the speech in this metrics. Assuming this is metrics 1, this is metrics 2. I need more of the speech into it, and I just increase it. The rest are the same. So immediately you notice that in-house, you are still getting the same levels, but online, you are getting things louder. Is the radio station working? It's working. What station is that? Adom FM. Okay, so I need you to try that because we are going to test something. So so you can take a seat for now. So do we get a concept of the metrics? No matter how complex a system is, this is a breakdown of the system. No matter how complex it is, it's probably how you get to that same destination. So what I'm doing here, unfortunately, I wish we could all come up, but when we come around, the first 10 people block everyone. So it's just the same thing we are doing. On this system, the metrics, we have 4 groups of matrices, and each matrix can take up to 32 input. So usually I use my matrix A for things like soloing and utility stuff. If I just want to take signal outside somewhere, I just use the matrix A, and it takes it to. So if I want to take it to this guy, what I'll just have to do is I'll just open this guy too. Yeah. So you can hear only these guys now, right? Don't worry, online will still hear us. So you can hear these guys now, but this. Let me just take that. 2. Yeah. Okay. 2. Okay. So I've done a double patch. So what is happening is the main left and right goes here. If I mute the mic, you would probably not hear me. So the main left and right goes into this the ones on the side. Then the utility metrics, I take it here. So usually if I want to solo something at front of house, and maybe I'm using a headphone, I'm using these monitors. If you're working at a place where you are a bit far from the PA, it's a good practice to use monitors so that you can get impact as though you are in front of it, so you don't get too loud in the PAs, right? Just make sure that you delay the speakers so that they are coming at the same time of the main speakers. You get it? So you can use that. So usually I use the matrix A for the utility stuff, where I take my solo bass. So when I solo something, it comes into these guys, right? So if I want to listen to it and maybe I'm far away, I'll still hear just a solo. Or if I want to take it to a headphone, I'll use the same metric system to reroute the same mix to a headphone. And that same metric system, I would use that for a talkback system. So instead of chewing up a channel, an input channel, I'll take it to the metrics so that I can save resources. Then I take metrics B as my speakers, like speaker distribution. So if I have 10 towers, when I say 10 towers, I mean 10 points. Maybe here we have 2 points. Maybe we have another delay, another delay, another delay. I would use the metric system. Then I'll make sure that I take first 2 on the first 2 metrics, second 2, second metrics, like that. Then I time align all so that when you say hello, you hear the hello moving at once. You don't hear hello, 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 right? You get hello. Because I've told the speaker that, see, relax. When this guy, you hear the hello at your side before you do what? You open up. That's by delaying it, right? Okay, so that's what I usually use the metrics B for. And a mix of that for broadcast. So in my broadcast, currently you are hearing what is going into main, left, and right. If I play, I think it should be working now, yeah. Let me play a music for you. So this is from the December. I think this is the day 31st of the event we did with Pastor Elvis, which we were privileged to be a part of. And a lot of the guys here, don't mind them, they were part of the team making it happen. Oh, why you people are doing like you are not? I won't call names. They were part of making it happen. And one thing I will say is that working with a team makes a lot of difference, right? So as you are growing, as you are coming up, or as you are there, make sure you establish a team that will make it. The work there was enormous. It was just a lot. We had audio going from places to places. Some you have to change to another signal type, reconvert it, make sure it's in good shape. Like everything was bigger. So we used, in that case, we didn't rely on this to do the entire FOH. So we had a smaller version of this, which was doing the programs, so the speeches, DJ, play music, all those things. So that was the house mixer. And this was just doing the music. You remember the music we spoke about? This was just now doing only up to the music. So after music, it doesn't do anything again. It distributes to the various parts. Then it's being worked on by different teams for whatever it will be used for. So this is a multi-track from that event. Means that I can get a kick separate and get everything separate. Let me do the unmuting. That would make it a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So if I play this, you should hear some. You should hear only crowd on our radio station. So kindly check that. Can you hear only crowd? It takes some few seconds. Can you hear crowd of the event? It takes some 10, 20 seconds. This one is a practical class. So the one who, if you hear crowd first, raise your hand. You can hear crowd. But you see, here, we can't hear the crowd. But it's going through the system. Because the crowd is a separate mix that has been taken into the metric system. And we can now level up the crowd the way we want it in the system. So now, if I take the kick, I've unmuted the kick. It's not coming because I need to go into the drum, right? So we just unmute the drum. So you should hear kick, then cymbals overhead. Can you hear it now? It's coming now, right? If you don't have the link, you can raise your hand. It will be given to you. You can hear that, right? Okay. So snare, my favorite one anyway. Then the toms are in. So now bass is in. Then electric guitar. So we build a mix. Now piano. So it will loop again. So now the entire music. I'm sorry, I'm not taking it into the bigger PA. Sorry about that. Julius, can you please check the lows for me, the sub? Okay, so you notice something. This is where we are coming to the demonstration, which we are getting to the end of the demonstration. Now, after she finishes singing, the pastor now comes. Sorry, I'm muted. Then the pastor comes to exhort people. Then the next person comes. So this is the thing. When the pastor comes, currently you are hearing crowd and my final mix. So if I switch, sorry about that. If I switch to the way we are working towards, that is taking the music separately into the metrics, taking the speech into the metrics, taking the crowd into the metrics separately, you realize that you will not see a difference because now my main left and right is going into the metrics, and that's main left and right. I don't have anything on it. I have no processing on that. If I want to EQ my PA, I'll prefer to do it on the metric side or on the processor side of things so that I would maintain the integrity of the system I'm working with, right? Okay, so now I decide that I would go back to that. It just pains me, you can't see, but what I'm doing right now is I'm deactivating the main left and right and now activating the music. So I've deactivated main left and right. Let's listen to it again. And tell me what you hear. What do you hear now? The radio station is delaying. Whose internet is the first? What do you hear now? You hear the crowd. So the crowd, you can hear the crowd. Now I'm coming to add on the left side of the broadcast, the music. So let's do that music. Okay, so I've done that. You should hear it only on the left side, music. If you hear it first, raise your hand. You can hear the music. Hey, your internet is sharp. Oh. Can you hear it now? On only the left. Now let me do only right. You hear the shift. I did 2, then I removed 1. Can you hear that? Has it swapped? Okay. So we go back to left and right. Okay, so the advantage to me of this is, you see this unit we are using, it's a left and right, it's a stereo processor, right? So what we are doing right now is taking advantage of the main left and right because the music will go to main left and right. So this would color the music in left and right at the same time broadcast. Instead of me getting 2 of these units and using them separately, I'm trying to kind of use the same thing for both applications. Do you get it? So what we are going to do, we are going to fast forward to where the pastor was. Will I remember this place? Okay, this one, we'll have to listen to it.
Celebrate God with a shout of praise. Every day with God.
Can you hear the pastor in your stream?
Every day with.
Can you hear in your stream?
Come on, give God a shout.
You can't hear. Can you hear, pastor? You were saying, but it's down. But you can hear him in the house. It's very good, right? So the truth is, you are hearing him through the crowd mics because I've not activated a speech in this. So let's activate the speech in this. So I'm going to reduce it to 0, back to 0. Then we go to the corrected way, what I think is corrected way. Then we listen. So I'm reducing this so you can hear. Can you hear him more distinct now? Can you hear the pastor? Is it more distinct now? We can hear. But let's go back to music whilst we are listening. Oh, sorry. You notice the music is a bit louder than the pastor. Do you notice that? You notice that? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm increasing the speech. I found 3.5 dB to be a good compromise, both left and right. So I'm going to do that and listen to whether you find the difference when you're listening. So I've increased it. Can you hear an increase in the the pastor's mic? Did you notice it came louder? My mic is low. No, the idea was not to take it. Sorry. It's the pastor's own. It's gone up, right? So I can decide that, you know something, maybe I even want it louder. Let me just do it 6 dB. Take some 10 seconds to change. Get the MC, the pastor who is, yeah. It's jumped up, right? You heard a jump up. So in that case, in-house, we are still at the same level. But if I try and get it to that level, it will probably be too loud for this environment. So we try to sub-mix things, where we have music separate. So let me take it back to what I think is okay. This one, you need to try and calibrate it per your taste. So I brought it down now. So making sure that in-house here, we are at that level. Online is at that level. So sorry, this one I'm just using the small speakers just for us to get a context.
I said you go down. When men are falling, you shall be a rising person. Everybody say, let your voice go.
So you notice the pastor seemed to be on the same level with the music. Right, so this is what is happening in-house. And online, if we do the same thing online, we won't get good results. Do you get it? We won't get good results. The reason why we won't get good results is the environment in which we are listening needs more volume. Right? So it's better you submix. This is my little opinion, which I think would help your mix transform online. You try and sub-mix things so that you can have a level of broadcast mixing style. In this case, you are squeezing it as music, crowd, and speech. Do you get it? Do you get it? All right. So I try to do two, the first and the second, which is the environment of listening, as well as broadcast mixing, front of house, and recording. All right? Okay. All right, so I think our radio station is done. The next part, we're talking about... Hey, you guys are listening, Pound. You guys are listening. It's a good sign. All right, so that's just by the way. Okay. So the last side is protecting your system's integrity under live pressure. With this, I would say to protect your system's integrity, it starts with the design of your system. Just imagine this whole area. We are just using one full range for the entire space. And the last person says he or she can't hear. There's no setup to kind of level up the sound over there. So you'll be forced to do what? What will you be forced to do? To boost. Because you want to solve a problem which is not solvable, right? So in that case, it starts from the design. And the basic principle of PA design is make sure you target to the audience. You don't want to target to the air because it's not going to be useful. So target to the audience. So there are different applications per manufacturer. The most popular one you would get to use is what we call ease focus, which has different manufacturers' data, and you can use it to check the angle of splay of your speakers. You can use that. It's very helpful. Then the other thing you want to check is making sure that you understand what the horizontal coverage of your PA is. Some PAs are 90, some are 100, some are 110, 120. You should know that the wider you go, you can cover more on the horizontal and less on the what? On the depth, right? So you want to make sure that these things are in very good pockets throughout the entire zone. So you take, let's say, this whole car park, we divide it into 4. Put 4 speakers to play 4 regions instead of taking left and right and play all of them. Do you get it? So you want to do little regions, a setup, little regions, a setup. Now, you need to be very careful. You need to check the very basic thing you need to check is your delay, right? If you want to take it a step higher, you need to check the phase relationship between the setups, right? Phase relationship basically is saying how the cycles are summing up together and moving as one system. You can time align, but when you get there, things can change either electronically or acoustically. So you want to check those things. Make sure you hear a word called you are in phase, you are in phase. It's like saying you are in the same time at the same time, the same frequency. So phase is just frequency and the time relationship, right? So you want to make sure that the two are living together. The reason why I say design is king is because if you design well enough, you don't have to put a lot of pressure on the system, right? The next thing you have to do is to check your low pass filter and high pass filter. Low pass filter means you're allowing the low frequencies to pass. High pass filter means you're allowing the what? High frequencies to what? To pass. So if you have a bi-amp system is a system with high frequency and low frequency. You don't want to take the low frequency to the high frequency. According to the manufacturer spec, if it tells you that it can take from 2.5K hertz, right? That's 2,500 hertz to 16,000 hertz. That's the allowable frequency range of the high tutor. If you take the entire frequency range, that is 20 hertz to 20K, you're going to bend the diaphragm because too much information is going to it. It doesn't understand. And it's causing it to heat up. Do you understand? So one thing to get that clear is make sure you have your filters activated according to the manufacturer's design. This one, at this point, you can just read a book and apply. Nevertheless, there is a caveat. That is for one speaker. Once you add up speakers together, it now depends on the manufacturer. Some manufacturers will give you low-cut filters when you add up. If not, you would have to probably use your ear, or you have to actually use tools to measure that. But with low-cut and high-cut, I think you can use your ear. Because what you notice is there's more coupling of the low frequency. When I say couple, addition. So you want to just take that down so that it sounds close to how it was when it was a single speaker. Do you understand? So you want to make sure that your low cuts and the high cuts, they're the same as low pass and high pass. So high pass is low cut. Then high cut is low pass. You get it? They are the same thing in different ways. Okay. So that's one thing you need to look at. Now, if you want to push a system to, without pressuring it, it comes back to the referencing thing we spoke about. What I prefer to do is I'll run the board at the level I would like to run it. Maybe if I want to run it close to -9, -6 in terms of the master, I'll play a good song that will give me that. Then I'll rather increase the amplifiers to fill the room accordingly. Then I'll probably add some headroom instead of the other way around. The other way around is to increase your amp, run your console very, very low, and do that. There are the advantages on both, right? If it's a digitally controlled amplifier, almost any route may give you something. But the disadvantage, I would say, is when I mark a maximum level at, let's say, -3 or -6 on my meter, I assume that it is close to limiting on the PA side of things. So when I'm at front of house, I have a guide by knowing that I don't have to cross -6. If I cross it, definitely it would also cross at the PA side of things. I don't know whether you get me. So you have to kind of get yourself some reference so that you know that, okay, if I'm at this level, I know that my PAs are good, even without monitoring, right? The next thing is the monitoring. If your PA can be monitored, I would say monitor it. Because sometimes the PA is passing through some other problems other than just level. Maybe it's overheating, that's the amplifier, which you can see the status and react to it. So that's it. Then the last thing, which I've already said, is try and make sure that each zone sounds similar, so that whatever I do at one side reflects in the other. Okay, so I think this will be all. The links again. There is a chart that is SSL, is a user manual for an analog mixer. Page 7. When you go to page 7, you can open that. I just want to explain something. So when it goes to page 7, you see the connection diagram that shows how recording is taken out from the console to USB stream and how the signal goes to other places. So who has opened that yet? Have you opened that? Have you opened that yet? Page 7. It's let me check. Analog recording and monitoring. Yes, please. So it's page 7. Has anyone seen it? You've seen it. Okay, so you can see the recording path. Can you see where the USB is being taken from? It's close to the left top. There's some USB. That's the side going into the recording. Can you see that? Can you see where it's picking up from? Right after the preamp. It looks like it's physics, but they've written everything there. It's English, so. Can you see right after the preamp? Can we see the USB? Can you see that? Yes, there's a USB. Sorry, it's actually getting to the middle, so to the right side of the diagram. There's a USB side. So you see, it's right after the preamp stage, and it goes there. So every console, you need to understand the architecture of it. If it's picking from that, then you know where to take your recording source from. For this, it takes the recording after the insert. So it means that when I insert something, it will affect the recording. Did we get it? All right. So that's it for that. Then yes, sorry, I'll do a little campaign on this. So this initiative is a great initiative, and like I said, I'll join it any number of times I'm given. So we also planning to do. Who has heard of Audio Day Out before? Audio Day Out. Okay, at least we have like 5 people. So Audio Day Out basically is like the entire day we are just talking about audio, right? So somewhere between July and August, would be putting up something for an entire week for audio engineers. And I just want to invite you. So there is a last link there before the socials. There's a last link that says wait list. So you can put in your name, your details, and you'd automatically get up to 50% off. It's an entire week. An entire week. And that one, we're going to break things further, and further, so that the next time we come here, we can now talk about what? Even advanced stuff, right? Is it a good idea? So the same link, just check the wait list. You can just put your name. I hope I'm allowed to do that, so that we can get in touch. Audio Day Out and SoundCheck. When I heard the name SoundCheck, I was excited because, yeah, it's something we are very familiar with. It's a good name. And we're hoping to combine these 2 events as one. And we'll bring you more information in the coming months. But expect it between July and August. So in case you want to travel out of the country, make sure by that time you are back in Ghana. All right, thank you very much. My socials, I just have my IG there. I'm trying to be active, so you can follow, and we'll keep in. You can always go into the DM side and we can talk more. Thank you very much.
Let's celebrate. Mr. Caleb,
yes.
We are going to take like 2 questions due to the time factor. The first person to ask the question is going to be Dr. Crack. Dr. Crack said he has a question for you.
Have mercy.
Yeah, so, okay. So Dr. Crack will ask, then one more person, then after that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Sir, I want to ask, based on, let me say, you see, all of us, we can agree that we are seeing a sophisticated equipment, right? So, but some of us, we use analog console, especially maybe the Midas, those 24 in, or maybe MGP 32X, some 24. So how do we achieve this same signal flow
Right.
online and in church? Because our church can only afford one console.
Right.
So how do we do that?
That's a good question. So you see, the same concept we spoke about. Right now, it depends on the system you're using and how much you can break things into. Remember this one, we broke kick into its subgroup, snare into its subgroup. By the time you do it on an analog mixer, you probably have just drums. Right? So you don't want to do that. So rather, and if you're a church like that, you probably will not be using so much input in terms of, I know now the big churches that were using a lot of input on analog, they've now gone back to digital. But if you are currently using it, you notice you are not using a lot of input. Because if you are using a lot of input by now, you'll be forced to have changed something, right? So what I'm trying to say is that it's the same concept. The analog mixers have matrices, especially the ones which have the subgroups. Usually they have the matrix. It's in the center. It looks like an EQ. They have the same color 2, the same color 2, the same color 2, the same color 2. Same color 2 is telling you that's a stereo pair. Then you see the right aux 1, aux 2, aux 3, like this. Then the right, left, main right. If it has LCR, to write LCR. What it's trying to tell you that if you take your jack or your XLR to matrix output 1 and 2, and you open your main left in 1, you will get your main left in the matrix 1. If you open the main right into the matrix 2, you get only the right in it. So that's how to create the stereo in that. In that case, if you want to send a separate crowd into it, you probably would have to use the auxiliaries. So the first question, do you have enough auxiliaries? If you don't have enough auxiliaries, then it's time to upgrade. If you want to achieve that. If not, sacrifice the pastor's auxiliary, right? That's trouble, right? So just look for the auxiliary that you may not be using too much to do that. For those systems, unfortunately, they just take final mixes into the matrix. If you have an auxiliary mix, you have a main left and right. Some of them have subgroups that you can also take into the matrices, right? So you can do the same thing. Now, instead of doing the elaborate kick snare, you just take drums to 1 and 2, right? Then keys and other things to 3 and 4. All vocals, 5 and 6. Then maybe the pastor, you can leave it on, pastor MC, you can leave it on what? 7 and 8. In that case, you have 4 different things you are dealing with. And you can put them in different proportions into the what? The metric system within the mixer. Do you understand? So like I said when we started, the mixer is just a tool. And when you get into a system, the depth of the system can do 2 things. It can either throw you away, or it can really expand your ideas, right? Sometimes when the advantages are too much, you're like, so what should I do, right? Before, I always tell my guys, before you sit behind the console to say you are tuning, kick, snare, I want to see a written agreement on how you plan to engineer the event. Do you have a patch list? Your kick, where is it going to? You should have a mixing strategy. You shouldn't just get to there and say, okay, let me check a YouTube video. How is the rat sending his kick to his subs? By the time you finish, no one is even waiting for you. Do you get it? Have a strategy. And these strategies, you need to try them. So behind your analog mixer, you call the musicians, Charlie, that's when you need to what? Be good friends with them. So that out of service time, you call the drummer, Charlie, come play the drums, make her try something. Then you try and see if you can separate the level of the drum going into the online against the in-house. Do you understand? You do that, then one rehearsal, you now try the entire thing. then you can do your own streaming. So this software I'm using is Mix LR. You can use that as well. You can use that to do your streaming, and how we are doing that is via it's all on Dante, because we are taking signal from the board to this. Doesn't mean that you cannot do the same thing. In that case, you take your metrics 1 and 2 into your audio interface. Instead of selecting Dante here, over here, let me show you. You are going to select what? Your audio interface, right? When you select your audio interface, then you are good to go. You get signal, then you can try your stuff. The limitation will be the limitation of your system at that point, but you've not limited your imagination, right? You're still expanding it. So in as much as the system may look like, oh, it's analog, it's limited, see, you can actually get more out of it. The good thing about analog is there's no delay anywhere. Everything is happening in real time. So you kind of get a tighter sound even out of the box without doing too much. That's why people will say analog is better than digital. Digital to say digital is better than analog, right? So there are a lot of advantages on both systems. Nevertheless, please, things are evolving. Embrace technology. I will not say shy away from embrace it. Very soon you won't see cables again. Everything will just be wireless, 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 wireless. And everything is now entering into the network domain. How to make sure you get a solid network to build your audio infrastructure. So in as much as here, currently we are comforting you to, manage your system, please also pull yourself out. One way you can also do that is, there are a lot of engineers in town. You are using an analog mixer, and you sit in the church, you won't go to program. Hey, you won't go to program. You are using the analog, and you are there. Analog is better than digital. You are arguing like that. Do you know, you see, when you do that, you are not embracing the advantages of the technology. Do you get it? See, if you take analog mixer, you put kick, you play kick, you open it through a mixer. See, about 80% it will be sounding better by default than this. If you put it through in-ears for an artist through analog, the artist 90% of the time will choose the analog. Not because of sound texture, because especially drummer, when he plays the kick, he's hearing the kick in almost real time. The guitar is going to pass through. So if you ask most drummers, why don't they like in-ear? Oh, they delay. If you ask them, ask them. Don't talk about the sound. Oh, they delay. Because if he plays the kick, it takes a few milliseconds. And now, we are in the integration stage. We have most people jumping onto the waves stuff. We have that a lot. Super Rack, Waves Super Rack. We have the Live Professor, which I use personally. We have other. So when you start adding these things to the digital system, you should take note that things are also happening. Do you get it? So it's not necessarily about just the sound quality, but there is also the distribution, the latency, the delay in the sound. And when it happens that way, your kick channel, because you've probably put an effect on it, is delayed with a snare. So you realize that, then they play tight too. But if you can't listen to the mix, it's not cohesive, because music is about timing too. Now the kick is coming a little later than the snare, because you wanted a certain kick bite that you loaded the insert on, right? So you now ask yourself, how do we achieve that? You see, when I said this thing, I'm now seeing a lot of disadvantage of the digital, right? But there's a way to correct it, where we have some systems which do it automatically. There's called delay compensation, right? I like to calculate that. So you have to now calculate, okay, how many seconds is it taking for this to that? Then you compensate that. Another disadvantage of that is, at the end of the day, your delay time will increase for everything, right? So there are ways of going about that. So in that case, for monitor mixing, I'm not a fan of using too much of plugins for that, because the key thing for monitor mixing is monitoring. The singer needs to hear themselves good and in the right timing. Are we getting? So that's how to answer Dr. Crack, your question. It was a long answer. Sorry.
Okay.
So one more.
Okay. I think because of the time.
I'll take all as one. So just you let him ask. I'll try and give all as one answer.
This man has asked a lot of questions today. Okay, I saw a hand here. Okay, this man.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Your presentation, and I'm really impressed with. This is my first time being here.
Oh, okay. So thanks to Dr. Crack and the team.
Let's clap for them. Thank you very much, the organizers, for organizing such a wonderful program. So, anyway, there is a saying in Chi that Oko hospital now can yaya now nya. So, after all the lectures, I actually saw that I've shifted. I've been more of an operator than a sound engineer.
So, sorry, just come here small.
Sorry.
Okay.
So from the lectures, from every presentation that came and listening to everything that you said, I actually noticed that I've been more of an operator than a sound engineer. But most of the time, I'm always saying that I'm the front of house engineer for this church and for this organization for this number of years. But listening to it, some of the terms that I'm hearing and how even things are actually processed, I began to see that no.
You are an operator.
I'm an operator.
Charlie, this conclusion.
But
as well.
But it doesn't stop me from learning.
At all.
Actually. Because the setup that I'm in always forces me to go on YouTube, quickly check for a solution, and come and fix. And it's always a quick fix for that. But I wish, it's some of like a suggestion, I wish that this class that we've had here, we would have more of the practical experience with you guys, like when you have actual shows. I don't know how it's going to be possible, but me personally, I learn practically on the job. My colleague here with me...
Are you sure?
Yes.
You can learn practically on the job?
Practically. That is how best I learn.
Okay.
So on a theory, I can listen to everything and I try, now pick it. But when someone is actually doing it and I'm seeing it, following step by step, that is how best I learn, and it sticks forever. So I wish that maybe some people are with me, but I wish that we can upgrade this SoundCheck experience to that level so that even here will not be just the end of the program, but we would be able to learn more. And when Thomas was speaking, everyone was speaking, they were mentioning about books that they were learning and everything. I've heard of the books, but I've never got the right one to actually read on them.
Have you read any of them?
I subscribe to this Audio University.
Right.
Audio University. That is where I learn my small from. So that is what I've been using for over some years now. But I wish that I could do more. And that is what I intend to do. So I'm just hoping that this experience would move to the next chapter. There could be some form of mentorship. Just like you said, we want to follow the boys' voice. Speakers. My colleague here, we are always raising speakers when we go to events, but we are actually not really learning more of the production because we do it once a year. But if we are always doing, like, let's say, some months, we will be able to learn more. That is personally me. So I don't know how best we can do it, but I'm just hoping.
Okay, so I think this for the team, if we can have it more. Nevertheless, it means you have to be the first person on the watch list. Yeah. So usually the SoundCheck, the audio day out, it's 1 day. For the first time, we're going to have it for 1 week. So that should tell you how intense we plan to have it. So that's one. The other way is to actually follow someone you believe you can learn from. Right? See, it can be you just sit by the person to observe the person. You are learning something. It's not that you two just sit down using your phone. You are learning how he's communicating, how he's working under the pressure. So that's why I asked you, are you sure you can learn on the job? Because on the job, no one is a friend. The job has to be done. If you have emotional issues, you cannot be learning from the job, pressure day inside.
Actually,
So if emotional issues come, yeah, you can ask my guys. We laugh a lot, we talk a lot. If you get to the job, you think I'm the baddest person. Because if it has to be done, see, you cannot explain to me why it cannot be done. The thing has to be done. They are telling me that, Charlie, we left cable for here, hey, you would have to. So you see, that experience, you may come the first time into our team and you feel like, the guy be hard, oh. It's not that. So you see, when you come in that way, it also has a disadvantage. So truth is, when the person is settled down, you can always get to the person. I think, Daniel, are you here? Daniel, yeah. Daniel joined our team on the 1st of January. After we were settling down for the Alpha Hour, I was there and Seshi brought him to us that, Daniel says he wants to learn. I told him, ask him what he has been doing so far. Have you tuned a cake so far? But the things he has carried. And you see, it's not because you want to do that, but I gave him a simple example. Carry the speaker. When I was carrying the speaker, I saw that he was using his back to carry the speaker. The next 10 years, his back will be aching him. I told him carry this. He did that 10 times. So I saw that that's how he has fixed himself to carry speaker. Then I showed him the right way to carry speaker. And I asked him, does he see the difference? He said, yeah, he noticed the difference. There's less pressure at his back. It looks like you're carrying speaker, but there's something happening. The next time he came, I gave him a couple of cables to fold. Hey, he's folding the cable like a rope. Like he was doing like this, back. When I see you treating my cables like that, yeah, I'll give it to you because the cables are of priority to me. That's where my signal is passing. So I told him to fold it again. He did the same thing. So I told Daniel to show him how to fold it. He did it. And he asked why. Then we demonstrated a reason behind that. So I'm trying to say that, you see, it's not always about sitting on the system. It starts from some foundation stuff. Right? Thomas said it. If the foundation be destroyed, what kind of what? Who can tell me the verse? Eesh. This one is what? Is what? Eesh. Okay, so it's your homework. I think it's Psalm 11:3 or something. So if the foundations are destroyed, and these things are the foundation. See, it creates discipline within you. It's not like, excuse me, say that's what you have to be doing. You can ask my guys, if you carry speakers, if you are with me and you carry speakers for 1 year, I'll blast you. You can ask them. I won't call names right now. But I'll call you personally, Charlie. So the speaker, no, you won't carry them, sir. It's not like I even carry speakers myself. We carry speakers a lot. But you see, if you lock yourself to just that too, it's a problem. It's two things. Either you expose yourself or somebody exposes you to something. So if you are there, you are not exposing yourself, you still want to know. So get close. Like you go to bounce, you go again. You go. It's not like the person doesn't like you, but sometimes, Charlie, maybe the person is dealing with something. You want it. Get close to the thing. Do you understand? Get close to it. Unfortunately, we don't have a streamlined, formal way of passing down information like this in our system. Outside there is the Audio Engineering Society, where there is plan for that, where you can be handing over these information. Unfortunately, here, we don't have it, and I really don't know when we'll have it. So the best bet is to get to someone you think, oh, Charlie, the person, you can accommodate everything about the person and learn from the person. Do you get it? For that one there, you have to ask questions. So if you don't ask questions, it's just, I cannot just be pouring knowledge into you without asking questions. So one of the things I like is questions. You ask questions, it takes you, okay, so it means that this person is not clear about this. Do you get it? Yeah. So it's a mixture of a lot of things. But we'll do our best so that we have this more frequently. I'm hoping that maybe you can do it 2-3 times a year. I know it's a lot of resources. It's not easy. So then the last question, then we just close. Sorry, the last guy, then we just close.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
So I think I have 3 questions, but the first one, I think you touched on it.
Okay, so it's not a question again.
Yes.
Okay.
It was the issue of the phasing, like passing from groups to groups and all that, as you introducing some form of time misalignment in your signal.
Right,
how
right.
you can compensate for that in case you are not using mixers that have this inbuilt,
Mine doesn't have the inbuilt delay compensation. So
yes.
it's this mixer you're seeing here is just a glorified analog mixer. Let me tell you the truth. When I say glorified analog mixer, it has the heart of an analog mixer and the flexibility of a digital mixer, right? So it doesn't have. So it's hard work.
I would like to know how you do the calculations for that. And 2,
okay.
I have had the opportunity to kind of listen to some professional sound engineers doing their best at the events. But then sometimes I go around and I can hear the snare popping in some of the zones within the crowd, and at some point it doesn't. So I was kind of baffled with it, and I tried to do some reading, and I was like, they told me there's issue of comb filtering that is causing that. So the only solution I could find was to decouple speakers, and practically I don't know
it's
how.
Not possible.
Yes, I can decouple speakers just to deal with the issue of cone filtering, especially with the tops and even with the subs. How best I can deploy and get the results I'm able to get, and also certain limiters for my PA.
Right.
How best do I go about it?
Yeah, it's one area. It was in my notes. I didn't touch it because once I tell you where and set limiter, you can actually, that's where you can damage your sound, like the texture of your sound. So with that, I will tell you the truth. Get someone to help you. Get a system engineer. So I would give a little pressure. So you see Enoch, the gentleman there? Can you see him? The one looking back. So he's Enoch. So he's one of Ghana's finest system engineer. He does very good work on that. So if you want that, you can see him. If you come to me, I'll charge you high. So yeah, Enoch. Hey, one day I went to Enoch, but he's a good guy. He'll charge you small, but he'll teach you. So when it comes to system engineering, Enoch has been doing it like the way people have been doing mixing for a long time. He's been doing system engineering, so he knows all these things. I'll tell you, learn from him. He can tell you that, okay, this particular model of I was looking for a certain file to design. I checked everywhere, I didn't find. He was the one who sorted me out with that. You get it? So he has a lot of... So when it comes to things like this, you need to get to people who have experienced that issue. And they'll tell you that, when I did this, when I did this, I'm sure he has done things and it didn't work. Then he will not do it again. Do you get it? Limiters is a very tricky area. Like, it's very tricky. It's very tricky. At a point, there's a calculation to it. At another point, there's the music side of it too. You get it? Standard systems will just be one limiter. When you get to advanced systems, you're talking about 3-4 limiters in series. From this is doing this, is doing that, is doing that. So that gives you another advantage. So I can't just say, maybe just take the threshold to this, take this to that, take this to that. It's a mix of things, right? So on the comb filtering side too, he's good with that. But I am suspecting that if it's an indoor, it can happen because the acoustic drum is already in the room, competing with what is coming from the PA. If it's outdoor, you usually will have difficulty with that. You get it? So I'll say that side, it's more of a system engineering side than a mixing side. We really downplay the strength of system engineering. We really downplay it. If the system is well-tuned, balanced, your raw channel you push inside, you realize that you're about 80% in, and just do your 20% and you're having your results. You get it? So the key thing I want us to take is there are professionals around. Unfortunately, our system is not streamlined to pass from this information formally. So get close to people. Like, get close to people. This knowledge we are doing, training we are doing, it's not a free session, right? The good thing is that everyone who is part of it is on the same page. ideally, this thing, Dr. Crack should have charged you like a lot of thousands of CDs. Do you understand? Because everyone who has to come, he has to make sure, and you're getting it for free. So why don't you rather get closer to them? And they may pour a lot into you. The questions you've asked, they are heavy questions. So they're heavy questions. We can't go into the details of the of it like right now, because now when you start talking about cone filtering, we'll be talking about the face, your position, the driver type. Like, it's a whole mix of things. So you need to understand from basics, design point, then you can now create the problem, solve the problem, then we pick it up from there. You get it. All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Let's give him more. Let's give him more. We need it. It's very, very important. It's very important. And we are getting close to the part where we'll be getting blessed by another great man in the industry. So that blessing, we will now take it. We'll take it on. But we have not been able to ask a lot of questions. You get. So let's sit down. We have not been able to ask a lot of questions, but we will ask questions. So just to buttress what Bros is saying, you see, audio engineering is not one person's job. So it's different aspects where you can shine. You see, systems engineers, you have to respect those people. And why we were having our conversations that time, we are trying to identify some certain people that we will not let go in this place today. And one person has been exposed already. So we already know his face. So before he leaves, let's just grab him. In fact, let's get their contact. Even if you know that, this person will not really release his contact, get someone that is close to him to get his contact. Even if they are on a WhatsApp group, just get close. Because these people, they are busy. And we want to use this medium to beg them. We'll beg them now. And also, you see this particular training, we have a sort of steps to it. There is a 3 days training that we want to do, which if you are interested, you register for it. And you see, you cannot stick to just one knowledge. Why we are bringing these great men is because they have loads of experience that some of us, we don't have. And we want to tap from it. So which is why we will use the opportunity as well to beg them, because I heard someone talking about, I think he was talking about having maybe a proper school, and he responded about Audio Engineering Society, which I'm one of them though. So which I don't know, maybe we have AES in Ghana. If we don't, it's easier. I think I'm very close to the president, so the past president, so I can message her, and they bring in AES to Ghana. And what do? They share knowledge, just like this. But this knowledge does not come down just like that. It still comes down to the great men in the industry, that if they are part of that body, we will have access to information. And aside from AES is a global body, but we also in Ghana, we need our own. And who are these our own? They are these great men in the industry, and some of them that is hiding in this, I don't want to, you get the point. So we just want to use the opportunity to beg them to create probably maybe some sections. It might be 1 week, it might be 3 weeks. Maybe when you are free, when you look at your schedule and you realize that, okay, I will be free to so time, aside from the emergency jobs that are coming. But if you have those time, just give it to us so that we can come in and learn. Knowledge is not free. We know that. But we want to beg them also to make this thing for us to be able to attend the lectures, because some of us here, we just want to improve the sound of our church. We don't have that, So we are begging you to help us. Am I speaking our mind? Yes. So just create that time for us. Maybe 1 week. We cannot be doing this every time, So why we are doing this is just for them to come and share their experience. These people, they have run gigs for the past, during the December period, towards, let's say, from October down to December, January, like that, they are very busy. They will soon get to be busy very soon. Oh. So we just want them to share the experience from that time with us. We hold on to that. We go and catch them maybe by June when there's no really much events. We catch them, we tap knowledge from them. They should just step down small. So, am I speaking your mind again? So before they go, please, let's hold on to them. And those ones that we have identified in the group already, they have churches very close to you. So just link up with them, learn. You'll be hearing some terms that they have been using since. It's not today. You don't see. But before we say it's only a man of God that we bring up a man of God. So now let me invite Bishop, as an evangelist, to come and do the honor by inviting our wonderful speaker that is coming to bless us with some knowledge.
Thank you so much, Dr. Crack. Let's celebrate Dr. Crack, and let's also celebrate Engineer Calibration. How many of you are ready for Pastor Kakraba? Wow, he's the father of all sound engineers in Ghana. How many of you agree with me on that? Let's celebrate him. Okay, amen. Before Pastor Kakraba comes, there is something I want us to do. I want us to celebrate this SoundCheck experience. It took a lot of resource, for this thing to come into play. Let's celebrate. All right. So what I want us to do is that I'm not going to talk too much. Okay, I'm not going to talk. So the Encounter Jesus campaign, the ministry I run, we are going to give an amount of 500 CDs. I'll push it to his account. Are you here with me? And I also need 5 people that can give an amount of 200 CDs, just 200 CDs, just to support this SoundCheck experience. An amount of 200 CDs. Let's just support this SoundCheck experience so that by 2027 it's going to be much more bigger, than this. So if you are here, you have it via Momo, you have it via cash, we want to put a blessing on you and your life will never be the same again. So you are here and you can give an amount of just 200. Just lift up your hand. Raise your. I know sound engineers are the most richest people in Ghana and across the nation. Amen. Oh, please stand up. Let's clap. Let's celebrate them. Please clap. Please. So, God bless you. Please, you want to give Momo? Okay, Dr. Crack. Yes. Okay, so please let's mention the Momo number. Yes, please. As let's be checking the alert. It's very important. Okay, the number. Okay. It's going straight directly to Dr. Crack's, Ghana number. Am I correct? Yes. Yes, it's going there. Yes. All right, so 200 cities, you have it, cash. Please bring it. May God bless you. May He increase you. May you become the biggest sound engineer in Ghana and across the nations of the world. Okay, so you have it, cash. Wow, God bless you, Engineer Beneja. You become bigger than this. In Jesus' name, yes. Okay, the number. Yes. Let's mention the number. So we have 2 people. Okay, mention it. Okay.
0248 32 06 56. 0248 32 06 56.
Okay, the name on it is Thomas Chikata, but is Dr. Crack's number. Are we together? Yes, that is Dr. Crack's number. So all they are led to be going to him. So please let me see the number once again. Okay, 0248 32 06 56. How many of you have sent it? I want to get a number. It's all right, Dr. Crack, have you seen the alert? If you've not seen it, so please check your phone. Who else have sent? So that is 3, 4. Okay, you've sent it. Okay, so 3, 4. Okay, so Dr. Crack, please check. Okay, who else? Okay, so 4. So this is 5. I need as many people that can support the SoundCheck experience with an amount of 100 CDs. You can't give a 200, but you have 100 CDs cash. You have 100 CDs cash. Let's support this SoundCheck Experience. You have it cash. You have it as many people. Please raise your hand if you can give it. Okay, you have it cash. Please come. God bless you. You become big. As many people that can give 100. As many people that can give 100. Okay. God bless you. You become big in Jesus' name. You are not saying amen. Wow. Also for God bless you. This man here is into acoustics. If you want an acoustic for your studio, or also for, yes, he's a very good man. Acoustics and all of that. Drum shields. Sanyo manina or you be. Amen. So 100 cities. 100 cities. You can. How many of you are giving? Okay, let me mention the Momo number once again. Yeah, if you just okay, Osofo is sending Momo 0248 0248 320656. Okay, 50 cities, 50 cities, 50 cities, 50 Ghana cities. Okay, you have the number. Dr. Crack, is the alert coming? It's coming. Okay. God bless you. 50 cities. Let's show SoundCheck Experience love. 50 cities. 50 cities. 50 cities. Okay. God bless you. God bless you. 50 cities. 50 cities. God bless you, sir. Okay. Okay. God bless you, sir. Thank you for showing SoundCheck Experience love. God bless you. God bless you, sir. 50. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Okay. Sorry, yeah. God bless you, sir. SoundCheck Experience. Let's show love. Let's show love. Okay, 20 cities. You don't have a 50, you have a 20. You have a 20. As of mommy, please come. I should put it. Okay. This man is a priest, though. I mean, 20 cities. I want 20 people here to give 20 cities. 20 Ghana cities. 20 cities. Let's show SoundCheck Experience love. We are coming again. 20 cities. Let the phone be crying. 20. 3, 20. Okay. God bless you, sir, for 20 cities. God bless you, sir. God bless you, sir. So I think this is 5, right? Okay, who else? Okay. Thank you. God bless you for showing SoundCheck Experience love. 20. Who else? Who else? 10 cities. I want 5 people. 10 Ghana cities. 10 Ghana cities. 10 Ghana cities. 10 Ghana cities. 10 cities. 10 cities. Anything you have, please come and put it in my hands. Let's show SoundCheck Experience love. 5 cities. Anything you have. 10 cities, 5 cities. Anything you have. Anything you have. Okay. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Ten cities, anything you have. These people here, they are good, oh. 10 cities, anything you have. 5 cities, any single thing you have. Let's show the experience love. Let's show it love. Blessings here. Let's show it love. All right, now close your eyes. I want to pray for you. Okay. Oh, you want the Momo number again? How many of you want the Momo number again? The Momo number, okay. Open it. Open. Okay. Okay, the Momo number is 0248 320 656. 0248 320 656. 0248 320 656. The name on it is Thomas Sekata, but the phone is in the hands of Dr. Crack. That is his Ghana number. Yes, I have to clarify. Although Yes. Now close your eyes. I want to pray for you. Spirit of the living God, I lift up all these engineers before you as they have supported the SoundCheck Experience out of the abundance of their heart, out of the resources that they have. Spirit of the living God, multiply it, give it back to them in multiple folds. As they have sown this seed into SoundCheck Experience, do what only you can do in their lives and in their destiny. Make them a global brand in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. Clap your hands, celebrate Jesus. Your hand clap. Oh, celebrate. Let's celebrate Jesus. Amen. The knowledge we are having here, me myself, I'm very, very blessed. Don't be in a hurry to go. I learned, there is another setup inside for music. Music, like live music. So today's experience is a whole, lot of experience. So we have one of the finest. Okay, so before Pastor comes, please, Pastor Praise still has the letters in stock, for our pastors. Okay, how many of you have opened it? Okay, you've opened it, so you know the details and the intricacies of the letter. Okay, so if you don't have it, there is something in that letter that your pastors have to know. So please kindly make sure you meet Pastor Praise. So if you don't have it, just. So please lift up your hand. Let him give you the letter. Yes. Please lift up your hand. Let him give you the letters. There is something there. There is something there. Once again, I want us to celebrate sweet music. Let's celebrate them.
Let's put our hands together for them.
For the major support. For the major support in Ghana, you only have few, sound or brands like this support some of these things. So if they've been able to do it out of the depth of their heart with regards to this partnership and support, we have to honor them, and then we also show them some appreciation. So let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. Let's honor them. You are also looking for the best of gadgets to buy. Don't go to Zongo Lane. Come here. Come here. Some of you are using iPhone, the latest iPhone, but you don't even have one sound card. Please sell that phone. Come and buy something here. Your life will never be the same again. Amen. Yes. It's very, very important. Okay, so you have all the letters, right? Okay, so we have one of the biggest and the finest sound engineer in Ghana here. He's the father of all sound engineers in Ghana. I know there are people, but he's the father. We have made him a father of us. Whether you like it or not, we have enthroned him on that seat with a standing ovation and with a clap offering. Let's welcome our finest, the one, the son of the soil. Let's celebrate and let's welcome Pastor Jonathan Kakraba. Oh, you are not clapping? Let's celebrate him.
Wow. Oh, you can please take your seat there. Are you switching the board for me? All right. I want to use this opportunity to thank the organizers of this program, Dr. Crack. Actually, it's my first time meeting him. So through Thomas, he's a well-organized person, and I think we need to put our hands together for him. You see, you might not understand because when you weigh the Naira and the CD, it's not an easy thing. For him to move all the way to come do this, it's not an easy thing. And the wife also followed him, and it's so amazing. Please put your hands together for them. If you're a sound engineer and you're a mono, it's a problem. He came in stereo, and that's why things are, aha. Yeah. Please don't call the mono guys, I beg you. Enoch, I agree to you. Where is Enoch? Where you Enoch, you run there. I didn't see you. Yeah, hey, I beg you. Let's not start. But I'm here not to. I think I wanted to say much about what he wanted us to talk about, but my boss has said it all, Caleb, and he has tackled everything. Me, Charlie. So and Chikata also, wonderful guy. Please put your hands together for him. I think that we need to support all this that's happening for Sweet Music to allow this to happen, and also for a different company to have their board in front of their office. Charlie, the guy can't set up for you, it'll be easy, but it's all love. It's all love, and it's not a competition. So please don't make this thing as a competition and all that. I see wonderful engineers over there, wild killers over here. And please, I'm not a father, I beg you. So you should cool down for me. All right. I want to take it from what he said. Hey, you check your mumu or your woman send you message. All right. I'll use myself as what's the word? An encouragement to some of you, right? I started this sound journey from church, and like you said, when I started hearing people mentioning terms and all. I know some of you are confused today. When he came with the ohms, and I know most of you are confused. You understand? But one of the things that encourages me that in all you're getting, get what? Understanding. You understand? He's very confident because he has gotten the understanding of what he's doing. So he can, if you wake him up, he can say anything that you want to say because he has acquired the understanding. Caleb is also one great guy. He's here to deliver and all that. I know most engineers cannot express themselves, but don't let that be something that will hold you back. Do you understand? Do you understand? So I don't want you to be like, hey, Charlie, Adewe, when me to, I go catch there. You understand? And I remember when I started doing this thing, I have the privilege to follow my dad to the studio. How many of you know Frankie? How many of you know Frankie? Yes, the dad, Mr. Kwachi. Those times, Ghana Films. I follow my dad, and he only comes at night to come and mix. So I was like, which man, this only night he comes to come and mix and all that. And whilst other children are sleeping, I'm at the studio with my dad. And so my ears were quite open to the sounds and everything. By then, I'll see Frankie today, bring him from school. He's at the studio and know that we didn't know each other. But little did we know that we'll get to a point where we become brothers and friends. Amen. So allow yourself to go through the stages and grow. Don't let some of these things give you too much pressure. I know some of you, the pressure that you have within you, like you want to give up. I can see from your faces. When I came in, some of you were fair, but now you look dark. So I want to take from there. Listen, one of the things that encouraged me was when I started hearing people mentioning and saying the terms, and I was confused. But one day, I was like, I saw what I was doing in church. And by the grace of God, the results that some of us will go from church, I used that to encourage myself. Because let me tell you, some of the terms don't reflect in the speaker. And that's what I want to encourage you. You might be doing something right? But someone will come and confuse you. You get it? It's because the part of our world here in Ghana, Ghanaians, we take time to adapt and learn. But I encourage you that don't give up on yourself. And you see, the moments that you don't get is when you want to prove a point. That's where it will eat into you. Look, when I'm handling a program, it's not every day that things will go your way. I'm not moved when things don't go on well because I've not meant the program. Do you understand? Obua, they cannot sleep because they mean the program. They want to prove a point. Everything is settings for them. But you see, I want to encourage you, don't let age be a limit for you. Do you understand? How many of you are owning your own sound company that you're here? You have your own sound company, you are here. Oh, don't be shy. Just raise your hands. So how many of you are, Chai Chairman, I salute you. Yeah, but they are beard, you will know them. And how many of you also are church engineers? You work with church, and please raise your hands. Okay, so I know the area will go deep. I know most of you, the church people here, you are from the Stubborn Academy. So I understand. You see, I'll just touch down one thing. I think one of the things that sound engineering is like you being a chef, right? You have, the channels are onion, pepper, salt, ginger, and all that. You need to find a way to mix it up so that the food will taste good. Not that the food will be dominated by a lot of ginger or a lot of pepper, because that's your preference. But make sure that you are serving people, that is the church or your congregation, a meal. I know some of you, you like drums. So the drums will dominate everything. I know some of you, by your stomach, you like cake. Don't look at my stomach and you think that I like cake. You understand? We are serving people who might not understand that, oh, you are using parallel compression to do this. When they come to church, oh, I can feel the waist plugging, the master bass, and the congregation will not understand that. Do you understand? They are in to experience, and through what you are doing, supposed to impact them when they come to church or wherever they go. You see, music is something that you need to feel. I know some people, when you are mixing, you have your headphones on. If it is part for the headphones, then you are okay. Then you are murdering the people in the church. We'll come to that. You calm down. We'll come to that. Like I'm saying, because we are online, there are certain things I'm very careful to say them, but I'll say them. Maybe I'll call a male a she for that content. I hope it's fine. So, one of the things that you need to learn in this area is we don't know it all. Me, myself, I'm still learning. This board that's here, I don't know how to use it. And Caleb have not taught me. That's one another case, we'll talk about it later. By the grace of God, going to other places to do sound engineering where I don't understand the language, but you are mixing the sound. That's another level. Then, please, let's be humble enough to say that we don't know it. To be honest, the Behringer wing, right? Like, when I tell my guys that I don't know how to use it, they said I'm lying. So this is what I do. I beg, make you prep this one for me. Do this for me. I want my groups to be this way. That. They'll do it for me. Route this thing for me. And all. I come and mix, and I'm gone. It does not change my name. I go to places, I see a Yamaha CL5. I don't know how to use it. I'll not come that, because they've heard of your name, so you can't bosu. No. I like to work with people as a team. See, you might know something that I don't know. Do you understand? You might know something that I don't know. So I learn to tap from everyone. Caleb, this man, the physics and stuff that he knows, me, I know that level. Do you understand? But give everybody that respect that's due them. Amen. And this sound thing, some of them, it's like Messi and C. Ronaldo. Messi is a natural footballer. When he wakes up, the guy's leg is glued to the ball. But you know that Alanta is your name. So you have to work extra. C. Ronaldo is an example of hard work. The guy will push himself. He comes early than all the other players to have extra exercise. He's in his 40s. but he's still playing active football. You see, if you see Caleb over here today, and you see Dr. Crack eating something over there freely, Doctor, we see you eating. It's nice. We like it. It's over the years of hard work. And some of you, you see, we are in the generation where that everybody want to jump on the board. This is not instant noodles. Amen. I beg, don't let me go there too much. You see, Caleb, there's topic that he's trying to explain. You cannot use one day to grab it. There are years of mistakes, corrections, acquiring new knowledge, and all that will make you being able to stand here to come and even teach someone. And teaching also is a gift. There are some people, they will teach you, you go pay attention, you not go enter. And he makes things very easy. He's laughing and he's smiling. It goes beyond the laughing and smiling. So don't have that mindset that, if Caleb is able to use this board, me too, my goal is for me to use this board. It does not work like that. I started by going to electrical shop, electronics. I serve under a master. The school, the resident color codes they teach us is different at the roadside shop. You can't go and challenge your master that they show you this resistant codes color is this and go and challenge him. No. When he wants to fix something, he will send you. So you don't see what he's doing. Some of these things come from serving. And that's what most of you don't want to do. Some of you, your idea is to know the sound and leave the church. God knows they do things like that. I know some of you have bad intentions. Because if some of you should know what Dr. Crack knows today, hey, Agagana Kwapo, we cannot even gather you here. But this man has a free spirit. You see, the thing is, you people, you know the sound already. You know it. Just some little things that you need to know. You know it already. Let me tell you, I can put on this board and just do a high pass and a low pass and do balancing and get a good sound. You'll be shocked. You might think that I use some wild stuff and that kind of stuff. I have all the plugins, the wave racks and everything. I have them. I don't use them. Someone say, Charlie, now you they use them. I say, I know they use them. I say, why? I say, no. I can use the same dynamic processing on the console to achieve whatever I want to achieve. Some of you want to boost a kick. You don't even know how the acoustic sound of the drum sounds like. Then you are going to boost. Sometimes the questions are asked, what drum are you using? Okay, Pearl Masters. So Pearl Masters, like one of the skillful things that you need to learn. Okay, Pearl Masters have maybe 7 plies of this wood and that kind of stuff. So wooden drums have a certain resonance, right? If the snare is a metallic snare, it has a certain way it behaves and the character. So before you jump on the EQ that you are EQing, the same mindset that you take EQ, the Olympic drum, you want to use it for the Pearl Masters. And you see, these things that we are doing today, it will be scarce some days to come. Now, we don't have organic music anymore. Charlie, everybody are slapping things. Small room, you hear, hey, God, my mouth. Hey. See, If I listen to a sound, and let me say the lead vocal, the choir singing, and the snare, the sustained, the decay time, I can tell the room size if I close my eyes. But now it's not like that anymore. Caleb is laughing. He knows what I'm talking about. There are people that say that if I have a 10,000 tongue, I will praise my God. The one tongue, no, you don't even know how to praise God, and you want extra 99,000. Are you okay? That little board that you have in church, right? You see, can do wonders if you know how to manipulate them very well. Some of you, just normal wiring, how you wire your stuff. And he was talking about ohms. You go and buy a wattage, then you connect it. Some of you, polarity crap, you don't know. Then you want extra payment. And you see, most of you here, and you that are watching, all you know is to bash people. You see, God is not unfair God. You can never be what you bash. Today, Caleb is having SSL, is having bass, everything, which I want to take one of them home. You can never get to this stage because your mind no good. You always be admirer. I met Pastor AB over here when you guys were having a meeting. Free spirit man. The owner of the place. Free spirit. Some of you, if you have this place like this, hey, and Dr. Crack cannot even come here. What are you coming to do? We can organize our own thing. Like I said, God will never give you anything because your mind is not right for it. Let me be plain with you. My first experience with Chikata was not good. We fought. Hey, I better sit down. But you see, I want to be very plain with you. But afterwards, we spoke to each other, apologized and everything. We move on. And today, he was the one that recommended me. I could have disrespected him or do whatever I want to do. Do you understand? I don't know Dr. Crack. He knows him. So don't see people like, oh, you want to see Ogboro before you respect them. The Bible says David was recommended by a servant. All the big men that were seated on the table with the king didn't know about David. So that security man in your church, that guy you think that he's nobody, will be your recommendation one day. See, one of the things that I want to tell you that whatever you have an opportunity to do something, prepare yourself, prepping. Like if I'm going to do maybe a Jometo or Diana Hamilton, any of the artists that I have to work with, I make sure that I have a relationship with the instrumentalists and prep. Most of you engineers don't have a relationship with instrumentalists. And it doesn't work like that. And whilst prepping, make room for other changes also. And there are times, I think last 2 years, was it last 2 years? Yes, at the stadium, I was using the SD12. And we had the board. I didn't know how to use it. I have to call Brasami, Sami Kratin, to come and take me through the console. Oh, how do you do this? How do you do that? And that kind of stuff. That he did that and that kind of stuff. And you see, if you try to do things, you see, sometimes when we are doing this work, it's a collective thing. Most of you only see the pictures online. You don't know what goes behind. And prepping is very, very important. And learn how to even get things stuck in your head. For context-wise, I will not mention a he as a he. Last 15 years, a program. I did sound check. Everything was cool. When we were done, everything that we did got wiped. And the program was the next day. Hey. But you see, I was cool. I was just smiling. So we have to come in after the service. Within 1 hour, not even an hour, I was able to achieve what I wanted to achieve. Because, you see, sometimes you can do the thing, but you overpower yourself to overthink. Even one of our programs too, I wanted to go and change, and someone touched the fader or something. And you know, some of the boards, when you go to the next page, it will recall a certain scene. People were there. Different scene is on the board. Engineer, they are waiting for you. Hi. And I smiled. And by the grace of God, I was able to maneuver my way around. You over, like, when you want to impress, when things like this happen, you freak out. And learn the skills of these things, right? These things come by years of experience. Me, my pastor will bash you. How many of you know Reverend Sam Kranchiankra? Aha. Kark, you have to meet that man. Him, while service is going on, he'll be preaching and address you, the sound engineer. Oh, your pastor cool small. Hey. Oh, your pastor, he jammed you before. Okay, fine. Then you are safe. Hey. And these are things that I want to encourage you people with. These things that everybody's having here have taken them years to acquire them. So be easy on yourself. Just tell your neighbor, calm down. Calm down. And one final thing too I want to say to the new era of mixing that some of you need to know now, the things have changed, right? And when things have changed also, try your best also to adapt to new ways of things that have changed. Some of you are pushing for your church to get a 48 channel board. Meanwhile, your channel are even no less than 16. That's witchcraft. And you see, when people come for events, I met one engineer in one country, and one African country. Oh, when the guy saw me, oh, Kakraba, go and do the sound there, blah, 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 blah. They were bashing the man. I said, no. I said, let him do what he's doing. I'll stand behind him and all that. So I was standing behind him when he was working and everything. Then, after he was done, and I said, sir, is it possible I can do this? I can do it. Sure. Then I was working, and he said, oh, can I show you something? I said, yes, sir. Hey, over so many years of my life as a sound engineer, the man showed me something small. Hey, that day, I weak. Hey, I weak. You see, sometimes your friends will push you into distraction. Be very careful. I could have followed everybody. Oh, go do them. You two, you won't go do them. And you lose that learning curve that the man showed me. Something small. Hey, that day, Charlie, I was like, wow. And you see, after the program, I'm the only person this man chats and talks to. See, someone is something because for a reason. You might not know. The sound engineering goes beyond the technical abilities. Some of you don't know how to talk. You don't know how to talk. Some of you don't bath. We'll go there. We'll go there. We'll go there. You are your own feedback. We'll go there. They still sound check. Yeah, we are still doing sound check. My point is, if you don't brush your teeth well, you're going to tell the singers that, oh, sing out, sing out. You understand? And see, some of you remain mono because of some of these little things. The ladies will not tell you. I remember one day, I didn't know that when you're wearing a linen, you're supposed to wear a black underwear, like maybe a dark underwear. And me, I was walking around the church, I was feeling good. So one elderly woman called me and said, my son, come. I said, oh, yes, mommy. So do you know that you don't dress like this? Oh, why, mommy? So no, you don't wear this under this. I said, oh, I didn't know. I did not know. You see, some of the things that we learn will go beyond the sound engineering. Some of you have to blow a speaker before you learn sense because you don't hear anybody. But for how long will you do this? And let me say this, Caleb is a busy person. You don't expect that you go into his DMs and be bombarding with a lot of questions. Some of you, your questions are YouTube questions. It didn't come from you. I know. And you expect to have that quick answer. He doesn't respond, then you bore. Like Caleb, I'm trying to talk to him and blah, 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 blah. But it doesn't work that way. See, if you see someone working at an event, right, that's not the time you are coming to learn from the person. It doesn't work that way. Event, the person is working, oh, boss, I want to see how you did your kick and your snare. It does not work that way. You see, we are more than the number that we have as engineers in Ghana here. But some people think that a place is better than to be here. Your life will never be the same as you are here. You understand? Oh, you can put your hands up for them. I really want you guys to have healthy conversations with people. If I've seen I've seen a screen like this, which I like. Like, you like who, but because of Coco Tinti, you can't tell your brother that, the thing, where did you get it? How did you get it? And that kind of stuff. And some of you have Kukananse spirit. You don't want to show people anything. You will never grow with that attitude. You've seen a setup. Learn how to ask questions to engineers when they are under pressure. I think one day a white engineer came, they were doing a program. I like what he was doing. And I saw everybody was rushing to do stuff. I sat quietly. I was trying to help and serve on stage. Then I just asked one question, sir, how is your approach to your tones? I like the way they sound. So really? Oh, I just put my reverbs and this, that, and on it. And yeah, come, let me show you. Yeah. You see, your spirit will always attract your kind. And he showed me what he was doing. Yeah. Some of you cannot get near to some of the engineers because of what you said backstage. Look, this thing is more than a day activity. You understand? And you see, be patient with yourself in terms of learning. Maybe start from speaker cable, polarities. How do you get to learn about speaker cable polarities? How many of you engineers know how to do solder your own cables, microphone cables? Engineer? You sure? Boss, you sure? Sometimes, see, the more you do something, the better you become at it. I can go for a program and just listen to what maybe someone is doing. I listen to your vocals. I like it. I'll not even maybe bother you because you are busy. I can memorize that in my ears. When I go elsewhere to go and work, I try to work to mimic what I heard. And to those of you that are also watching us, that maybe you might not have the luxury of getting these consoles and all that. Look, if you're able to tune your system well and do everything well, you can also achieve a good live streaming from the small decks that you have. You can achieve them. I sometimes use a small compact board and do my everything. When your system is good, everything you do reflects properly. So in your streaming, it also reflects properly. It works. And go for programs. Go for programs. The credits and the data you're buying for that girl, you can save some and go for programs. How many of you are using an iPhone here? You're using an iPhone, right? How many of you have paid for a concert before? You didn't use backdoor. Good. You see, sometimes go and listen to what others are doing. Just go. Go and sit somewhere, enjoy yourself, listen to what others are doing. And don't go to attack or judge them. I go for programs. I go and sit down, listen to what other engineers are doing to learn. See, I beg you, if there's something that's a challenge to you, right? For instance, before you EQ anything, know much about what you are EQing. This microphone, what's the frequency response of the microphone? Right? What's the range? Even in terms of the frequency range and all that. So before I come EQing and all that, I know, okay, fine, this kind of capsule is on it, and so this is the frequency response and all that. So I know what to cut and all that. I don't end up boosting too much, but I cut or something like that. You're having a piano. Do you know how the piano is? Some of you, you see, it's not just having the synthesizer that you're EQing, right? Do you even know how a grand piano sounds like naturally? EP, electric piano is different from a grand piano. You should learn all the other ones. So before, maybe, if I see someone having a cog, I know how cog sounds like, so I know how to manipulate and all that. Sometimes you don't even need to see, sometimes less is more. It's not everything you have to EQ. If it sounds good, just leave it. You get it? Not everything you have to touch. And some of you, I know the curves are what you want to look. I've boosted this K, I cut this. No. If it sounds good, it's fine. And know everything with the frequency range that it works. There are stuff there that you can read. Amen. Hallelujah. We'll have enough time. I know the weather is changing and everything. I'll ask for questions. I'll continue. But some of you are doing so well. I know some of you, the work that you are doing in your churches, and know they are doing so well. Don't be forced because this church is having this board. You want to leave your church to another church. Be a servant. I know say you won't show your church, but why they laugh? You don't watch your back. Okay, do you have any questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. First things first, I'm very, very happy to see you because...
Thank you, boss.
Okay. Next thing is, so I'm from Takrady. And in
wow.
Koda was in my church, unfortunately, passed all of that stuff. Yeah.
Sorry.
And I'm in Accra because of school. And I decided to join my uncle's church. I honestly think Uncle Caleb his company did the installation at our place. I honestly think so.
Uncle Caleb. Okay.
Yes.
You have
I think
a
he did the installation at Calvary Adabraka. Calvary Methodist? No. Yeah.
Okay.
Well...
You chop the money, finish, forget.
And the board that came, it's Soundcraft VI 2000. It's... No, it's not him. Okay.
I know the person. Don't worry.
Okay. It doesn't have a meter. Like, no, not the meter. You don't have the EQ meters. You see, like normally on the boards, I can't forget. I've forgotten the name of it, but normally on the boards you have the peaks and all of that, so you can tell. Okay, maybe 500 hertz, and it goes all red.
A digital board.
Yeah, it's semi. It's like that. It doesn't have. You don't have the stuff on. You just have a bunch of meters. So you almost...
Is it Soundcraft or Soundcraft?
Soundcraft VI 2000.
Okay.
Yeah. And so you always have to sort of feel which frequency is going off because you can't tell from the peaks. And I remember my boss telling me this one thing that he likes the fact that because I virtually live on my laptop with my in-ear monitors trying to like just listen to things because I found it cool when people say, oh yeah, I can hear something at 700 hertz and all of that stuff. So I try to train my ears to that. Now, there is a bit of a problem. Well, my boss says I have a bit of a problem. So I accept that I have a bit of a problem. He says because I'm listening too much, I'm not working fast enough during a live session. So how would you suggest you compensate the two? Because sometimes you're just like trying to guess which frequency, and our room is very, very echoey. It's like a whole cathedral kind of vibe, and there's a lot of echo in the room and all of that. So how would you suggest? And we don't do rehearsals. We come Sunday vibes, then you just go. So how would you recommend? I'm trying to invest in a Dante subscription so I can like record service and do a virtual sound check and all of that. But right now, I'm also doing my master's, so there's a lot of other responsibilities. So how best would you suggest getting around, working fast, and working technical at the same time?
Okay. All right. That's a fantastic question. The frequency band are already there on the knobs, right? Yeah. That's one thing that will catch up with most of you because you are used to having the LED display showing you and all that. I grew up from the analog system, and I know when I'm cutting this, it's naturally boosting this one and that kind of stuff. So for me, number one, being able to use your ears quickly, and don't be mixing with headphones in your ears. People are in the room feeling what's going on. Do you understand? And if instrumentalists are not coming for rehearsals and all that, try to make sure you cultivate a certain habit to pull them. Like if boys, Charlie, today, make guys come, I go sort you out, transport, make you try and do something small for church. You understand? It depends on you. You understand? You need to find a way to get them in to work with you. And when service is also going on, also try to train yourself how quick you are able to drop things, how quick you are able to increase things, and all that. It's all about the more you work with it, the more you get used to it. It's a digital board, right? You don't have a problem. Enoch is here. Where's Enoch? He'll help you out. So that man in the short, you can see him. But I believe that it's a challenge. It's not a problem. You understand? So find a way that you can get them with you. If it's an honor, Adraka, where's the place? Oh, I've seen the place. Charlie Bear, you be Adraka guy. Come. This guy. No, I know. Adraka. Oh, you again. But who goes to Adraka more? Charlie, take this man, the man in the African dress. He's a good guy. I don't want to mention the group that he does sound for, but he's a good guy. So this is a time also you need to exchange contact from people also. So it's nice. It's nice. I hope I've sorted you out. Who else? Yes.
Hi. Okay, so my name is Emmanuel once again. Earlier, as the name, I've forgotten the name.
Caleb.
No, the slim one.
Chikata.
Yes. He said something about DIs. Which instruments are meant for active DIs and which instruments are meant for passive DIs. So I want to know which is which.
This issue. For me, I use active DIs for my guitars and stuff because of what I want to get. I'm fine. I use passive for my keyboards. I'm cool to go. I don't have any issues. Make sure that the most important thing that your cables are good. Do you understand? Your cables are good. And that's it for me. So don't let that maybe scare you a bit. I use any of them based on just know your gain staging well and you don't have issues with them. I can use anything for whatever I have. I have passive DIs also I work with. I can use for anything at all. Yeah, I have the Clark technique from here. I use them. I don't have any issue. I can give it for keyboards, give it for bass guitar, lead guitar. I'm cool. Just know how to gain stage them, and you are cool to go. You understand? Yeah. Yes, Daddy.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Kelvin.
Thank you, Kelvin boy.
My instrumentalists always complain that the NES sounds bad. I'm asking, is there a need for proper EQ, or I should feed the room mics into them, or anything to help?
Hey. Okay, you see, sometimes if someone says something is bad, ask them the right question. Okay, what do you need? You calm down. I know how it feels like. You see, sometimes, have you ever been able to listen to their in-ears before? And what do you think is the issue? What system are you using?
Allen Heat SQ5.
And your in-ear system?
I don't know. I don't know, but it works.
No, talk.
I have no idea.
You don't have no idea?
Yeah, but
wow. So my point is, so you use your auxiliaries for them. What board are you using? SQ5. Okay. So I think that what you can also do is connect a router to it, get the software, and let them download on their phones. So you teach them how to use their phones to control their own personal monitors. So you don't need to necessarily be working it out for them. Name the channels and everything. So if you're on your page, if you want this and that kind of stuff, I think that also just give them that control, and I think that you'll be fine. Okay. I hope I've answered the question. Yes, sir.
All right, Pastor.
Yes, Daddy.
I would want to ask on the stage miss, okay, the keyboard level, is this supposed to surpass the BVs? The volume, I mean the volume.
Wow. Okay. So number one, it depends the teams that you are working with. It depends the team of people that you are working with. Some people, they do well with just a little bit of the keyboard in their mix, and they are cool. All they have to do, monitor mix for them to hear themselves, number one. So you put whatever, if it's lead singer is the loudest among my monitor mix, then the rest follows suit. You understand? Like a stretcher. You understand? So I don't let that instrument that is not close to them to be louder in their mix. If they are able to hear themselves, the rest are lower. The more that you boost something else, that's where you have issues that I cannot hear myself. You understand? So if the lead singer is like 80% of my mix, maybe my keyboard will be around a 50, and backing vocal will be around a 70%, and it's cool. So I'll do for the BVs also, and I'm okay.
Okay, thank you. Lastly, I would want to know the proper place the loops is being played from. So, in this sense, that is it supposed to be from the board, or the keyboardist is supposed to play the loops from his end?
This one, number one, proper place. It depends on how your instrumentalists are set up. For instance, the most important thing, are they having a sound card to play through their laptop or whatever? Whoever is the MD that controls the song can play the loops from their end. So when they feel that they need to stop, they will stop. Not that the loop is being played by the FO's engineer, then they have to be signaling you to stop the loop or start the loop. I think that one is too long for them to do. So if they can control their loops, I think that's fine.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking that is because you turn up to see that the loops is very high. The loops that has been played from the keyboardist end is very loud.
Okay.
So I don't know what we can do to, you know this keyboardist,
The thing is all about how you make conversations with them. You understand? Are they using in-ear system?
No.
Wow. Is the drummer using an in-ear system?
The drummer has.
So the most person that needs more of the loop, because he's going to keep the time, is the drummer. So the rest of the people find a nice way to just lower it a bit in the room. And you see, sometimes you face this problem. Maybe all the loops are not the same level. You understand? Find a way that you can be working with them. If they are using a software, just maybe they should put a compressor or a limiter on it that it does not go beyond a certain level, so you can have control with them. All boils down how you have a communication with them. Do you understand? Sometimes the thing they might not be hearing, but if you ask, are you guys okay? The moment you show concern, you might be surprised that it's just they want to be heard. You understand? If you show concern and dedication to them, I don't think that you have that issues with them.
Okay, and then I think this is my last one. How do you deal with a choir that they don't fancy sound check? All they want to do, like I think one person said, they come and they do Sunday service, that is it, and they leave. And then if things don't go the way they want it to go, they instead come to you blaming you. And when things are well, they keep quiet.
With that question, I think we'll have time for, I think we need to have a time for how you run your sound check. For me, I prepare myself like you are your own boxing referee. I prepare myself, I go to a bout, right? I make sure that, just take it out, I don't have singers that come for sound check. Would you be saying that that's going to be your excuse? No. So I have guys I work with. Sometimes go on stage, try to check your levels and see that does it sound okay and all that. When they come, all you have to do that when worship is going on, just a little here and there balancing. I use the digital board, analog, no problem. You see, some of these things are learning curves for you. You understand? If you're able to master these things and that can overcome it, you'll be amazed that whenever you get opportunity to do any other set like this and know that you don't have any issues. So try and work with them. You understand? That's the challenge that you have. There's nothing you can do. You understand? So try and just be ahead of time when it comes to them. And I think that you'll be fine. Okay. Thank you very much.
Ask 2 questions.
Hi. Okay,
Yeah.
so my question has to do with, stage mix and the instrumentalist. So you've had the opportunity to work with different instrumentalists at a particular program.
Yeah.
So it's coming from a scenario where this January I went for a camp, and I had a privilege to help with the stage mix. So my boss actually left the mixer for me, and at a point in time, the instrumentalists, they swap, they change places. And this one comes, oh, I don't hear myself, I don't hear this, I don't hear. But that same mix, other people come and they are okay with it. Some even are telling you to drop it. So, I've tried countless times to explain to them that, give me this level of your volume. Usually on their in-ear, we use PM1 for their in-ear system. So give me this level of volume so that when I'm raising it doesn't clip in your ears. There are those who say it's too loud. Some of them tend to decrease it to, if I should use it, some go below 7 o'clock and tell you I can't hear anything. When you boost them, while service is going on, then they increase it. So, how do you handle situations like this?
So my point is, just target the team that you're. It's a digital board that you're using, right?
Yes.
So fine. If those that they come, that they said they are okay, you know them, right? And the ones that complain, so you save your scenes, right? So when a different sets come, make sure that, or maybe when they come, those that be complaining, just increase them in their monitor. When they are done, they are changing another band. Just recall the past scene that you have. You understand? That's the advantage of using a digital board. You cannot satisfy everybody. You understand? But try your best also